Yo. What's going on, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. Today we have the Satfat set Shenanigans. I'm not feeling hugely well, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be together. I shaved for the crowdfunding success that we've had over there. You can see it down there. It's popped up right down there. You can see it. That says over $6,000. An absolutely ridiculous amount of money. Who knows? I might get a little bit more energetic as the day goes on, but I am feeling a little shite. And my face is cold. So thanks, guys. I can't increase the volume. There is no increasing of the volume. This is the volume you get. There is no increase unless my filters are broken, which it does not look like they are. Nope. Wait, maybe they are. Hold on. All right. Nah, the mic volume is as it is. It's gonna stay as it is. That's just how it works. Sorry, Mr. 0OX3R0X0000X0. Yeah, it's gonna stay how it is. I did promise some people we were gonna play a free for all today, but I think I'm gonna renege on that. I'm a little late to the old party, so we might do one during the week or something. I don't know. Let's jump over here. How's everyone going? W. Lutz, Nimo Noom, James, Lebach, Hells, Ponkestar, Autumn Sunrise. What's going on, guys? Yeah, we got about an hour until the Satfat set Shenanigans starts, so I'm gonna play a game or two, and see how it goes. It's probably not gonna go very well, so we've got you got some opportunities to come and dominate me at the moment. But I hope everyone else is doing fantastic today. But it is the final week of the Satfat's set Shenanigans. Next week we have something new. And then the week after that, there's the finals of the something new. And yeah, so that's that story. Looks like it's going to be Matador Soup versus each other at 1400. Then it's going to be Kavoth Divine at 16 and all the other good stuff. Too ugly today. No, I don't know what that means then, Pokerstar. Ragnarok, what's going on, my friend? If anyone would like to play me in a video game, you're more than welcome. I know I have 1500 plus here, but if you're like a 1200 or whatever, if you're a 1000 rated player and you're in the chat and you join and you say in the chat when you join, you say I'm a Boit fan, I'll play you. So make it happen. Would you guys have preferred if I shaved off the mustache as well? I was actually going to do that, and I thought, nah, it'd be funny if I didn't. What makes you think it won't go well? Oh, I'm just not feeling super crash hot. Hi, Jinx. Thanks for the kind words. I'm feeling under the weather. But yeah. So we got Mr. Spaker as the he's a controller player. Where's the moustache? You don't even notice it. It's not there at all. I got my beanie on. It's cold today. It's cold. Is Spaker in the chat? Are you a man of the people, Spaker? I don't know. He's playing Hades. Nemu, majestic moustache, but thank you. All right, we'll play a game versus Spaker. He is a controller player, so that'll be hilarious. Moustache makes you lose 160 elo. No, he left. Okay, fantastic. We'll keep waiting until I can find someone. Like I said, anyone's free to join at the moment. Just say you're in the YouTube chat if you're under 1500. We have Ragnar Lothbrok. Is this guy, this Lothbrok? I feel like I saw a guy whose name was Ragnok. I think that might be him. Is that him? Okay, he's just gonna green up. We're not gonna say anything. We'll just play him. I'm just after a nice calm game. We got a lot of casting to do today. We got 2 best of 7s, and then we hand off to Motaba for the final one. I got Hades. So yeah. Let's run this way. Nice moustache, thank you. I do what I can. I try to appease the people. This is the thanks for the crowdfunding success. So that's the story we're running with. Just click that button. I don't know if I was pink could win. I don't know what you're talking about. Who do you think's gonna win between Matador and the Supernator? Who's got the dub between those two? I think it's a pretty close matchup. How's the ping from the Australian to US West Coast? It's like about 200. So it's like compared to what we were on Legacy, it's pretty fucking good. I remember playing like guy's stealing my goats. I remember playing on like 10 gazillion ping back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Like we used to play on like Australia to Brazil or some shit. Absolutely wild. So oh, I need to get another villager over here. Whoops. I need 2 villagers over here actually. Why you look like the guy that rocks up when you want to buy the good stuff? I am that guy. That's me. That's me. What are you talking about? I want to try play a 1 versus 1. Will you let me log in? Come yourself. I have no idea what that means, pre-drag. If you want to play a 1v1, I'm hosting custom games. I put the URL in the chat, and then you click join if you want to join. I'm gonna get another villager on wood. I think I need it. We're about. No, I think we don't need it actually. It should be fine. Wow. No, I think it's fine. I'm just gonna have to build it with multiple villages. So all 3 of these need to drop off, and then we go with maybe these 2 over here. And they go over there, and we are happy days. I got so much favor. I think I will build. I think I might leave the 3 villages. We're gonna go for some Minotaur play here versus this Loki, because that seems like a really good idea.
Πρόσταγμα λέγε θηρευτής.
Do you guys like the stash? Is that something?
Θηρευτής. Θηρευτής.
Is that something you guys like? I'll put this here. Guess we can go like this.
Λέγε ορθός. Βουλάνι.
All right. Yeah. Against this guy, he's high level player, so we got to take him seriously. Let's pop villages here. I'm gonna go for an immediate upgraded Minotaur, I think. For Boit. And then I guess behind that we go into the hoplites or into Hippias. Didn't realize you can rotate the sentinels? Yeah. There's, you can kind of rotate any god power. Of course, some things don't really make sense to rotate, but you can do it. Heimdall, 411. Are we about to get rushed? Can you rush Hades? Surely not. I should probably get another house down.
Πρόσταγμα τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
I know there's other relics on the map, but oh, there's one. That one I want. Hopefully we can get there before he gets there. Alright, and we're going to go in with our guy. We're going to upgrade this. I'm going to run this guy all the way around to look for our first little bit of a raid. And then I'm going to hold off on anything else for the time being.
Λέγε βούλο, μάλιστα. Έστω.
And we'll just play defense for a hot minute. I got food out in the middle that's a little risky to go to, so maybe we jump onto our chickens. Because these villages are going to finish up. Okay, once I get this, the relic, actually, you know what, I'm just going to build the Minotaur. He's got an ironry, he's got a longhouse. Okay, we're coming in the back. Let's get ourselves barracks. Even though he's put the longhouse down, which means he wants to build throwing axemen, we're going to get the hoplites out. Because our Minotaur kill is his other unit, so we don't have to worry super much about that. Okay. Now I can get the cheaper Minotaur. I can also build my base like this. This is nice. Let's see if we can get a he did just get staffed with Dionysus. That changes things a little bit, but let's see if we can get a Vilpic. There we go. That should be dead.
Πρόσταγμα με ταπεινός.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Alright, well, let's run away now. Oh, got owned by the thing.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Alright, we got some Minotaurs now. Let's go. Who's the person that's taken over Boit's channel? It's Tiob. Tiob's back. Right, we're gonna run around this way again, and we're gonna look for. Oh, you didn't build my house. Why did you build my house?
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Ναι. Βούλο. Ναι.
We can probably go into some archers now as well.
Θηρευτής.
Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα βούλομαι.
I reckon he's still here. I reckon he's moved here. No. What if he's come here? No. What if he's gone over here? Gone there. Alright, we need some more Minotaur. I am Beanie. This is my old Beanie merch.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Let me try and stay. Oh, never mind. No. Too scared.
Πανί.
Πρόσεχε, βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε, ναι. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε, Πανί.
That's a lot of Minotaur. I'm liking the amount of Minotaur we've got here.
Θηρευτής. Έτοιμο. Τέκτον. Θρητός.
The big question is if we can really do anything with it.
Πανί. Έστω. Πρόσεχε, έστω. Έτοιμο, ναι.
I sort of still want to just try and sneak through this way and get onto his. What's he actually got?
Πανί. Λέγε.
I think after I get some of these archery ranges up, not even archery ranges, just archers out, I should be good to go for a fight. Invite this guy to the balance Discord. Okay.
Νέστο. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε,
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλέσφαγμα.
έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Ναι.
Let's see how we go.
Πανί. Πρόσεχε. Προστάγμα. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμα. Έστω.
Λέγε. Ορθό. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Προστάγμα. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Πάνι.
Έτσι λέγε.
He's
Βούλομαι.
attacking me.
Έστω.
Έτοιμη.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Λέγε, βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Βουφορβός. Προσεκτέκτον.
Λέγε.
Βούλο. Ορθός. Έτοιμο. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Well, he's no longer over here. He has avoided
Λέγε.
the fun times with me.
Έτοιμη. Ναι. Βουφορβός.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Πανί. Έστω.
Just killed some more buildings.
Λέγε.
Probably has better balance suggestions than Matador.
Πρόσταγμα.
Probably.
Έτοιμο. Έστω.
Most of these top players, they're all biased. They're all just trying to make the devs buff things that make them better at the game.
Έστω.
That's all they're doing.
Έστω.
You know? They're all just after their own competitive edge. Do you know what I mean?
Έτοιμο. Πανί.
It's disgusting.
Πρόσταγμα. Βουφορβός.
Προστάγμα. Βούλομαι.
The Gaia mains come in,
Λέγε.
ask for
Μάλιστα.
Gaia buffs. The
Προστάγμα.
Zeus mains come in, ask for Zeus buffs.
Έστω.
The Susanoo mains come in, ask for Susanoo buffs.
Βουφορβός.
Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Absolutely disgusting.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Where's my armory at?
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε.
The random god players come in, ask for random god buffs. Ridiculous.
Μάλιστα.
Young Oath probably had the most toxic Susanoo buff request out of them all. Like, he was coming in saying we should buff Poseidon so he can beat Susanoo.
Ναι.
Ridiculous. Just a whole bunch of skill issue and nothing else. Am I the only random god player? That's true. Yeah, never listen to a random god player. They got no idea what they're talking about.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βουφορβός.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμο. Βούλο. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Λέγε, έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα.
Magic has a big influence on the game? You think so? I'm just asking for... Wait. I knew we should buff Hades and not listen to me. True. Hades needs some pretty big buffs. He's pretty weak right now.
Έτοιμος. Προστάγμα. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
Βούλομαι. Προστάγμα. Πανί.
I will wander this way then.
Vulume, malista.
Run for it, Minotaur!
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Προς τέκτον.
Prostagma esto.
Προς μεταλλεύει.
Prostagma ani.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμοι. Προς βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Etimos, malista. Ne. Esto, ne. Kalos. Isfutoro. Esfat.
Εις μάχη. Χωρ. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα.
Proshe.
Πρόσταγμα.
Okay, take it back. This Hades god seems so strong. Thank you for the raid, Killuminati. Ares is good as you have a specific start? Yeah. Kinda. Basically, any myth unit is good so long as you have enough of them. Are you the guy that kidnaps people on Omegle? Yeah, that's me. That's me. Hey, Satfat. Are you looking forward to the Satfat set Shenanigans final weekend? Or final Sunday? Or final week? One of the two. I don't know which one it is. The mustache is for tickling. Thank you. Let's get a set win. All right. I can't guarantee there'll be a set win, but I can guarantee that we're going to see at least 6 games of set today. That's more bang for your buck than anything else. That's for sure. 6 games of set versus a god that's not named Set. It's going to be a thing to behold. Where did I put Set on the tier list? Is that a B tier god or a C tier god? I can't remember. B tier, yeah. Basically in the yeah, I think I rated that. That seems right. You like the list? Of course you like the list. It's because it's accurate. The only people who don't like the list are people who don't play the game. I heard Matador put 4 catapults in box formation and snipes buildings. Can you put catapults in box formation? That's funny. I thought the list was really good. But I got some backlash from certain prominent members of the community. And by prominent members of the community, I mean people who Hades is too low. Really? Did I put Hades too low? I might have. You might be right. It's hard to get them all right. Do you know what I mean? The only issue with Hades is he doesn't have access to certain units that are really quite good against certain gods. So for example, if you play Hades versus the Aztecs, you sort of struggle a little because you don't have the centaur. Or if you play Hades versus the Egyptians, you can kind of find wins, I guess. It's probably closer than I think it is. Actually, no, I think I put it quite close. I don't know. Young Earth likes the list, thank you. At least there's the sensible people in the world. Is it cold? Yeah, I'm fucking frozen. I got the heater on. I got a blanket on. I got my beanie on. I got my moustache on. We probably got time for maybe one more. We probably got time for one more game before the Satfat Shenanigans kicks off. Am I happy to have a 1K UK scrub in the lobby? Yeah, man. I really don't mind. I'm not going to be playing. I'm definitely not going to be playing well. So if there's anyone who's a fan who wants to play me right now, it's the time to get your win. If you're a 1500 plus and you think you can beat me, right now it's the time. Is this the most abusive patch or no? Not really. I think if you just take out the A tiers, sorry, if you take out the S tiers, in my list from the game completely, it's actually still pretty good. Still pretty good. Hamza Kamura. Who's this? Is this you? Hallo, du hast jetzt ein Porno Balken find ich cool. That's not you. All right, I'm gonna give him a kick. I've got no idea what you said. I did hear porno, and I understand cool, and I don't know, and I understand hello. Hi. All right. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. That's what I say to you. Is it morning? No, it's Guten Tag. Guten Tag. There you go. I can speak some German. Dankeschön. Yeah, I got the German. I'm there. Here we go. We got H.I. Jinx. All right. Let's have a game. Sorry, Golden Royal. You got beaten to it. You guys want to teach me some German? Mein Eden et Hermann. I don't know if that was close or not. Mein Kampf? No, that's I don't think I need that one. That one sounds strange. We go with a different one. I got the best card. Look, I got Demeter. All right, let's go full abuse on our
Λέγε,
over here.
μάλιστα. Προσβρυτόμος. Τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε ορθώς. Πάνι.
Good luck, have fun. Boit showing Demeter against a 900. Well, actually, I showed off a whole bunch of Demeter games versus quite high-level players, but apparently that didn't really count or some shit. I don't understand. It's like I showed off, I don't know how many Demeter wins versus high-level players. Literally every single one was Demeter dominating high-level player, then Demeter dominating high-level player.
Πρόσταγμα.
And then all Twitch chat had to say for itself was, oh, the player against Demeter just played it wrong. Oh, yeah, how bad are they? Meanwhile, they're sitting in Twitch chat, terrified of playing versus Demeter. So, I don't know what else to say. This Twitch chat sees what it wants to see. I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm not like a biased news outlet. I'm a bringer of truth, fact, and no bias. That's what you get here.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Ορθώς. Βούλομαι.
I mean, my Demeter is literally just Keto's Demeter. Keto basically just stole what I was doing because he's like, holy shit, that thing that Boit's doing is really, really good and makes perfect sense. He stole what I'm doing, and then he just started using the Dryad better than I was using it. So he improved on my strat because the god got buffed. And I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the buff. That's the full story.
Λέγε ορθώς. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα.
I need all of these guys to sit here.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Unrecognizable? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Πρόσταγμα.
I need this house to be in an area that I can't build a wall. So I'm going to pop it here so that I can wall off like here, right? Like there to there. That's fine.
Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Demeter OP versus Aztec 1 Kalbuli. I don't even know what that means.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
But Demeter definitely has some play versus the Aztecs, that's for sure. Because she's got the ability to not really care about the rush. You're still gonna lose to the Aztecs because they got the strongest human army, but you might have some play. That's my take on it, at the very least.
Βούλομαι. Φρυτόμος.
Πρόσεγμα. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα.
Do we put a wall down?
Λέγε
You never think I'd see this handsome? That's right. Will the beard be back for Athens? Yeah. I won't shave again.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε.
Sorry guys. I should regret these. Amplifiers, this is nice. Kui drum is nice. Demeter's throne, but I'm Demeter. How can my throne be over there?
Hani. Ne. Esto. Malista.
How much is this tech? I can't remember. 15. Yeah, I need another villager on
Έτοιμη.
this.
Ναι, ταπεινός.
The pawn stash, thank you. That's what we're going for. Okay, we're gonna go like this.
Λέει με μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα.
Now I could just wander over because he hasn't gone to the next age yet.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι,
I'm gonna do
μάλιστα.
that. I'm gonna wander over here.
Πρόσεχε.
Seems
Θηρευτής.
fine.
Πρόσταγμα.
Yeah, you're gonna put a wall.
Τέκτον.
This
Θηρευτής.
next villager can put a wall there.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός.
I have a game against Divine. I'd like some advice from me. Could do. Boit can buy orange juice with pulp and his moustache will filter out the pulp. I don't even know what that means. I literally have no idea what he's saying right now. That doesn't even make sense to me.
Λέγε.
Okay, let's put a house here.
Tecton.
Can I wall this off?
Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμα. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος.
This is the beauty of Demeter. You just build walls. Hi, Adolf. As if this is the Adolf Hitler moustache. It's not even close. This is like closer to handlebars than Adolf Hitler. Like, what are you talking about?
Μεταλλεύς.
Can we not?
Λέγε.
But say we did?
Τέκτον.
Armory down.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Προσέστο. Τέκτον.
Alright, we got our town center. The cool
Λέγε.
thing about getting a town center like this with Demeter is you immediately are able to use your
Λέγε, έστω.
town.
Προς βουλ θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη.
Needs to trim the edges to get the Australian painter special. Yeah, we'll get there eventually, don't you worry.
Προς ναι.
Our opponent has
Μεταλλεύς.
scouted us and scouted the
Λέγε,
fact that there is a
βουλευτός.
thing there. We'll see what he's going for. He's got a cheeky little pioneer over here. Pioneer is taking some damage. We have about 20 minutes
Λέγε,
until the
βούλομαι.
Satfat's Shenanigans
Μάλιστα,
does begin. What's in the middle?
Έτοιμος.
He's killing. Okay, he's
Λέγε,
making
βούλομαι.
scary units here.
Ορθός.
Not too scared about it though. My
Έτοιμος.
Orpheus is making its way over there. That's fantastic. I might grab myself watch towers. I've been hearing people say that this technology is too expensive. It's not. It's incredibly cheap for what it does. I got 4 towers. These are all worth 150, 100 gold each. So effectively I'm paying that many resources for 4 times 300. No, 4 times 250. So it's like I get 1,000 resources. 1,000. I just got 1,000 resources worth of defense.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
That's
Έστω.
crazy.
Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Prosek. Bulame.
Oh, hello. Can I
Bulame.
not go this way?
Ne. Bulame.
250 wood and 100 gold. Like 50 wood and 300.
That's
What do you mean
Ulame.
350 wood?
Esto.
I don't know. I don't know if that would be better. I think it's pretty happily balanced at the moment. I think the dynamic between offense and defense is very, very, very healthy.
Λέγε.
Yeah,
Έστω.
that's my take on the whole situation.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Oh my goat, young goat, ban me before I say something. No, you can say
Rosa,
something
okay.
and not get
Honey.
banned. Depends on what it is though. If you're going to be
Malista,
like
Malista.
incredibly racist or something, then maybe don't do that.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Leia. Hani. Malista.
Έτοιμος. Βουφορβός. Τέκτον.
Prostagma. Esto. Esto.
All right. I got
Πρόσεχε.
some ideas.
Μάλιστα,
You
ταπεινός.
guys all pop up
Λέγε
for this.
βούλο ταπεινός. Πρόσεχε μάλιστα.
Etimos. Boulame. Sparking.
Ow.
Πρόσταγμα βρυτόμος.
You got my build. This guy doesn't have fingers? Which guy?
Πρόσεχε.
Sure, I understand.
Ναι.
Let's
Lay. Ne. Pani.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Boulame.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
We got our
Μάλιστα.
thing up quite easily there. That's nice.
Etim. Ne.
Alright, now we're gonna
Λέγε.
continue along our path to greatness.
Πρόστα ναι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος. Λέγε.
I've changed my mind
Προσβούλομαι.
completely
Τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
on the
Πρόσεχε.
way
Έστω.
I would like to
Τέκτον.
play this
Ναι.
specific game.
Τέκτον. Λέγε. Πρόστα μάλιστα. Βούλο. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Πρόστα. Έστω.
Oh, you're
Έτοιμη.
stuck?
Έστω. Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Alright.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
I don't think I need this
Ναι.
much gold anymore.
Βουφορβός. Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Βουφορβός.
I
Πρόσεχε.
wonder if he's got this thing back here or not. He doesn't have any... Well, I don't have any
Τέκτον.
population,
Έστω.
so do that. I played Chasing the Sun Demeter, and it's so hard to know where the dryads are.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Mal. Ne.
Yeah, I don't even think you have to use the
Προσβούλωμα,
dryad
πάλι.
special anymore. Like it used
Ναι.
to be really good. It's probably still like quite good, but I don't think you have to use it anymore. Should we go this one?
Esto.
Πρόσταγμα.
Θρητόμος.
If anything, it could maybe do an extra 50. No, I honestly think it's in a good spot. I don't think you need to do a whole lot to it. All right, here's my plan. We'll see if my guy can beat my trees. My trees are gonna wander in this way.
Τέκτον. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Τέκτον. Μάλιστα.
I didn't put a market down. I
Έτοιμος.
put a market down. But these guys are gonna come in here and they're gonna kill a bunch of dudes. I'm just chilling in his main base. He doesn't. Oh, never mind.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
It was just a joke. It was a prank.
Μάλιστα.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's way better than me.
Προς έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Γεωργός.
Πρόστα έστω. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα.
We may or may not have lost a dryad.
Μάλιστα.
Not ideal. Okay, what if we go the other way? Surely there's something around
Boulame.
here.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Like, surely he's
Έστω.
on this.
Έτοιμη.
Pros. Esto. Boulame.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
What happens if I build sirens? And
Μάλιστα.
then maybe
Βούλομαι.
the sirens are good. I don't know.
Lay. Esto.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of villages down here.
Βούλομαι.
I'm not getting off my mad tree moves.
Μάλιστα.
I'll tell you what we do. We come in here
Έστω.
and we sit.
Μάλιστα. Έτοιμη.
Ah! Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run.
Έστω.
Okay, that was fun. That's the type of entertainment you guys are after.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Εισβολή. Μάλιστα.
I want that one. That one's mine now.
Γεωργός. Γεωργός.
Did he get out? Would be.
Πρόσεχε.
Εισβολή.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλωμα.
Πανί. Εισβάχιν. Έτοιμο. Εισβάχιν.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έσβουλαμε. Καλώς. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
I got 50 gold. Let's go, I'm rich.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Βούλωμε. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη.
My trees are burning. Change my mind.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Έστω. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη. Λέει. Έστω. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Καλώς.
Λέγε.
Did you grab this tag and this tag?
Έτοιμος.
I really don't need food, hey.
Προθυρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσεχε.
Why do I have
Λέγε.
food?
Ναι. Πανί.
Έτοιμη.
Μάλιστα.
You guys coming here?
Εισβολή.
I am dominating Matador, can't cast.
Εισβολή. Εισβολή.
Βούλαμε. Βούλαμε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι, καλώς.
Έτοιμη.
Hello there.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχμα. Γεωργός. Λέει. Τέκτον.
I can't build any more Amazon archers. What am I ever to do?
Έτοιμη.
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 I should probably get an
Πρόσταγμα.
archery range though.
Ναι. Τέκτον.
Πολύ. Ναι.
Λέγε. Βούλωμε. Τέκτον. Προσέκτον.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Yeah.
Πρόσταγμα.
Μάλιστα. Έστω. Πανί. Έστω.
Λέγε. Θηρευτής.
We gotta get all the town centers
Έτοιμη,
first
μάλιστα.
and then drop the god power. I think that's important.
Ναι. Βούλαμε. Πολύ.
No Demeter gameplay guaranteed? Aw. Why would you want to
Λέγε.
avoid playing such a
Δρυτόμος.
beautifully designed and overpowered as shit god? This is numero uno. Wait, so how many town centers do I kill? Targets one of your town centers, destroy all town centers. Spawning up to 25. So a maximum of 100, but so you're telling me is I need 4 town centers.
Έτοιμο. Έτοιμος.
not anymore.
Μάλιστα. Βούλαμε.
So once this town center is completed,
Προστέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
we should click the button. I think that's what they're telling me.
Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
That that one's still alive.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Καλώς. Πανί. Εισβολή.
Εισβολή.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Εισβάχιν.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε.
Oh no. My villagers are
Λέει
all
έτοιμη.
doing
Τέκτον.
stupid shit.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Δρυτόμος.
Die! That mustache has to go. Why? I said I was going to shave. I didn't say how much I was going to shave. This seems like exactly what everybody wanted. Why am I fighting low elo players? Well, they wanted to play me. We got 8 minutes until the Satfats set Shenanigans. What do you mean unacceptable? You didn't read the terms and conditions. The terms of service. It's not my fault. Don't let him bully me. Thank you. I won't. I'm a strong, independent woman, and I will not be bullied. I will not be told what to do. A shoe wants a game review. All right, we got 8 minutes to game review. I'm sorry I got such a strong god in Demeter there. H1 Jinx. There's not really there wasn't much you could do from the spawnage. It was all over from the get-go. Hades versus Frere on Mirage. Very, very difficult matchup for the Hades, and also a very, very difficult opponent to play for. I don't blame the god, I blame oh my god. Alright, someone get this guy. Someone get this guy into the how do I say this? Someone get this guy into the balance Discord. He can be the low elo balance dictator. I like it. The sound is quite low. I don't think I unless something weird is going on, which I don't think there has. I haven't changed anything. Okay. Good opening, granary, good. This is perfect so far. We're gonna rush through this cheeky review for a shoe. He asked, I deliver. Yeah, granary is the best opening because it means that you have the granary there. So you build a granary so that you can also then get these upgrades later because you're gonna need them. So he's just knocking that out first and foremost. He also gets access to all the cows because he gets to go scout faster. So it is just better for Hades. It's a really clean build. Really, really clean. This is you could be forgiven for saying for thinking this would be like a 2K player. This here, I don't rate this. So I don't know about you guys, but the rush for this means we're really sacrificing quite a bit. If you rush for Vaults of Erebus in the Archaic Age on a land map, makes a lot of sense because there's not really much else you can do that's better than it. But once you get to this stage of the game, you've already got your fishing ships out, and we're going to the Classical Age. All of a sudden, now I can actually start saving up for things like a second town center, for military units, for other economic upgrades that are cheaper, for myth unit. This is going to take quite a while to actually pay itself off. When we're playing versus a Frere, we don't want to give the Frere that opportunity to pay it all off. So I would say one villager max on the favor and just pick this tech up as it comes in naturally rather than rushing for it. On a water map, yeah. The other thing that I'd say here is that Athena is probably incorrect on water versus Frere, probably. Reason being is you're gonna have to deal with Ulla, you're gonna have to deal with the fortress anyways. Not that Pestilence is gonna really save the day or anything because he's still got Ghoul and Bursty, he's still gonna have Tempest, but the Cyclops are actually a really, really nice help, as well as a pacifist in the Classical Age against any sort of army that you have to fight. So you can very happily play Classical Age stuff with Ares in this matchup. You can also think Hypaspist, Hippias, Cyclops here as another option. Yeah, I would probably go Athena some of the time for shaking it up, but I think maybe Ares is a little bit more consistent. Maybe. But yeah, like you can never really go wrong with Athena. So we'll see what happens next. You're getting all your upgrades and you go into military units here. This is totally fine, but you can see that you're sort of just shorting yourself on some stuff and you could have more things out. You want to get across the map and deny this as fast as possible. would be the thought I would be setting up. I wouldn't care about this side. I put a Pegasus onto this town center or just in front so I can see units going there, and I just flood this town center with stuff. Like as fast as possible be here. I would not be looking to raid the... You got a Vil pick. That's really nice. But I think this is sort of... I would argue that this is more of a mistake than a good play from you. This Minotaur got 2 kills. I doubt that happens all too often. I think this is just a mistake on Divine's part, and you would more often than not versus a good a player that's not making that mistake, you'll just lose the Minotaur and give a bunch of favor over to the Frere. So you want to be avoiding that. Let's speed up again. I would be here, and you can see he's going for the town center, and he's dropped the Asgardian hill fort. So this is, of course, as good as it gets for Divine, and you are also floating a butt ton of resources. So I'm just confused on what the strategy is. It's not really making sense. If we're going to spam units, spam units. If you're going to go for a handful of units and then go to the heroic age, I'm not sure I understand it, but don't be out in the middle of the map and attacking. Like at the moment, if I'm attacking him here and I'm trying to stop stuff from happening, I want to be fully spent on all of my economy. If you'd had 10 more hoplites out here, I'm almost certain he has to drop Ghoul and Bursty right away to hold this. So yeah, this is just a little bit of not really making a huge amount of sense to me in terms of what your strategy is, what your approach is. So commit to a line and then try and make it work is my idea versus versus top players. Don't middle of the road stuff. Alright, we got Aphrodite coming in. You're also now behind on the Talent Center game. You have to get through a Ghoul and Bursty and a Tempest. So you have to go Talent Centers here, and you actually have to play for the late game after that sort of engagement. So let's just break this down on the complete different option you could have gone for. You could have gone for this town center immediately with this gold mine, right? Then Divine would have thrown this town center and this hill fort down. Then you could have easily gone for this town center in the middle of the map while spamming units and locking off this town center. Because he doesn't have access to Ghoul and Bursty or Tempest here. And then that would be where your point of contention on this entirety of the map is going to be fighting for this, fighting for this, fighting for this, fighting for this. That would be what I would probably suggest you do, or we go full all in to deny this town center, which I don't think works. Crack! Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, you can open VODs. If you miss something and want to rewind because of an ad, you can always click on my name and then just scroll back. I don't have, unlike some content creators in this community, I don't have my my VODs on subscriber only. Love you, whoever that may be. Unless they changed it. They may have changed it. But yeah, at the moment, you're just behind. I would say if you're like behind on villagers against a Frere player, you're just behind because the Frere's got the half price economy. He can go for army composition that you just simply can't really beat unless you have insane micro until you get to the Mythic Age. You need to get to the Mythic Age to get the Sayus to deal with the Rock Giants. If the Rock Giants aren't there, then we can deal with the Huskal. If the Rock Giants are there, we can't deal with the Huskal. Because the Rock Giant will protect the Huskal from your stuff, basically. I think Divine's letting you be in this game a little bit by not just taking this town center, but and not building. He's actually allowing you to win these fights as well. He's not going to build. If your opponent's not going to be building Rock Giants, now you can be very happy to just build a Paspist Heltast and maybe mix in, like, you don't need a huge amount of peltas. You probably only need about max maybe 8 peltas, because the peltas are going to be able to one hit the throw an axeman at a certain number. I don't know what that number is. Let's work it out. It's currently 81, 31%. How much do you do? How much do these guys do? We're doing 4 times 6.8 per attack. So 4 times 6.8 is 27.2. And if we times that by 8, we're at 217. There's no way in hell this thrown axeman is up there. He's at 76. He's heavy, so you got to add on 25%. So you can probably get away with maybe even 5 peltast and the rest toxotes. 5 times, unless you're going to like split micro. If you're going to split micro, it's good. Of course, if you go with 8, then you're also going to overkill the thrown axeman, and some spears might hit, or some javelins might hit a different thrown axeman. And you can often multiple kill, but I think it's probably just a little bit more oomph for your army to go half and half at the very most in terms of the peltast. But definitely pacifists here over hoplites. Unless you start seeing Jarls, there's no point in having hoplites. I think we have to zoom through the rest of this. I would say that you are losing in this position now. Even if you're winning on score or whatever, I'd say you're losing in the position because you're playing against Frere, and Frere has a stronger late game than you, and the game is going late game, and he's securing all of the map. As Frere, I don't care about losing a fight or anything. I just want to secure the map. If I secure the map, then I win the game. And you can kind of see that this almost turned into this here as well. So yeah, you should have just basically tried, when he was playing super defensively and stuff, you could have wandered forward and locked up the map with walls and all that other good stuff, and you probably would have been fine. That's my guesstimation on the whole thing. Anyways, that's what you got. Alrighty, let's may I extend the matches to follow? We're going to be moving into the Satfats set Shenanigans now. Wow, and we're back! Yay! Did you guys miss me? I feel like you guys missed me. I'm going to hit this, enter on that, so everybody knows that we're starting now. And we have an SSS week 4 as the players are doing some shenanigans. All right. I have something to show you guys before we get started today, so please enjoy the shenanigans. There you go. We got a little bit of something happening next week. That's exciting. Alex Delirium says, no way, I used to play this game when I was little. Is this the rework version? Yes, it is. So yes, next week we have the Thrones of the Titans. The Thrones of the Titans. And all that other good stuff. Now, these players here, we've got Soup and we've got Matador. El Matador versus Husk Soup. All right, so let's jump over to the draft and we're going to talk about the games. I really need to get some sort of a link so that you guys can. Oh, that's not right. Who put Mosca and Kavoth here? Those guys definitely already played. We've got El Matador. Oops. Or I can just go with Matador maybe. And we have Husk Soup. Enjoy Alex Delirium, but just remember you bought it because I'm streaming. The more people that buy it because I'm streaming, the more chances we get more tournaments, right? That's how that works. I don't know. Lol. Is the sound actually low, or are you guys trolling me? Let me have a look. I'm getting trolled. It's all working for me. It is all working for me. All right. Are these guys ready for some? No, it's not there. All right. Yeah, these guys are not quite ready. So I'll walk you through the. Well, they are currently drafting, actually. Oh, no, they are done. Hell yeah. Are the Scorpion Men wearing sunglasses? Yes. Yes, they are. The Scorpion Men are indeed sunglassing it up. All right, guys. Welcome to Satfat Set Shenanigans, the final week. The final week of the Satfats Set Shenanigans. I believe Matador and Soup, these are the top 2 players from the I think, yeah, these guys are the top 2 players from the Shenanigans. Or the whatchamabucket. I don't even know what it is called. I think they are. Let me just double check. I have got no idea what I'm clicking. Yes, first and second place is El Matador versus Soup. So they are playing for the grand prize of I don't know how much dollars, but more dollars than everyone else is playing for. Then Kavoth and Divine play, and then the biggest grind is a Jack, 90, and Kaiba. So we've got some pretty interesting games coming at you. We've also got ourselves a pretty interesting matchup right in front. So let's talk about it. So both players have to pick set first and foremost. They don't get a choice. They must pick set, they must play set, and they will be one with the set. So, yeah. Matador. Oh, some interesting bands here from Matador. I was having this conversation about how to draft with I can't remember who it was. There was someone was complaining about something, and I was telling them they were stupid. Anyways, the way that drafting works is in this sort of a situation is if you are the host, your goal as the host is to get there's 4 S tiers without question. There's 4 gods that are just stronger than everyone else at the moment. I could be wrong on that, but I'm not. So there's 4 gods that are just stronger than everything else. We've got Loki and we've got Huitzilopochtli, we've got Quetzalcoatl, we've got Susanoo, and we've got Tezcatlipoca. Those are the 4 strongest gods at the moment, in my opinion. And whether or not I'm correct on that changes everything I'm about to say. However, the way in which we pick and we ban as the host needs to be to get either 4 S tiers available or 1 S tier available. You generally have that sort of command to be able to do that to some degree. You don't want to give 3, you can give 2. So a good ban strategy is if there's 1 left, and a great ban strategy is when there's 1 left, and a good ban strategy is when there's 2 left. As the other player, as the second player, player 2, you want 3 S tiers available because you want to be able to pick 2 of them, right? Because you get the first 2 picks. The other player host gets 1 pick, and guest gets 2 picks, right? So you want to get 2 for the 1. So what you don't want to do here is you don't want to ban a S tier as the guest. You just don't. So if the host bans an S tier, now you have 3 left, and you're like very happy to have 3 left. you don't want to ban an S tier because then there's going to be one left because your opponent can ban another S tier and you're done for, right? Right? Anyway, I don't know if you guys are following me on this logic. But the long story short, the ban situation here for this specific draft has left both players with an S tier. Matador gets Wits of the Potchley, Soup gets Tezcat Lapoca, and then they're all into their A tier picks. You see a Thor nice and high. Soup grabs the Uranus nice and early. Matador grabs Thor, grabs Tsukiyomi. Bit surprised to see the Tsukiyomi that high, but he wants it. Soup then grabs Gaia and Hades. A bit surprised to see the Hades that high, but he is running out of the picks. Then there is that a Matarasu? It is a Matarasu Zeus from Matador. Soup grabs himself Odin and Isis. I think he grabs Odin reluctantly here, but he can definitely pick that on Mirage. And then there's a Poseidon Frere from Matador and a Fushi from Soup. So the very first game is going to be on Cloud Forest. And I think they might even be off to the races already. I was not paying attention. Let's have a quick look. They are off to the races. Fantastic. I don't actually know what their matchup is. Uranus and Set. So an interesting matchup here. I think this is difficult for Set. Obviously, everyone's going to be picking the gods that they think are good into Set. So our first matchup on Cloud Forest is going to be, it's going to work. Yes, is going to be Set versus Uranus. Hello there, Illuminati. How's it going? I've marketed myself after your fantastic moustache today. All right. Yeah, so we got Set versus Uranus on Cloud Forest. Keys to success here for Matador is to make sure that he either has the Wadget, which is not a great idea, mind you, but it can work. The Wadget to deal with Satyrs, the Wadget numbers to deal with Satyrs, or get himself to the Heroic Age at a reasonable time so he can have access to the range on his Priests to deal with the Satyrs. The other thing he's got to be worried about, which is why I sort of suggest the Wadget angle, is Prometheans. So if we're going to go against Uranus here, 9 times out of 10, I'm feeling Tar here against the Uranus, just on those two facts. Of course, as Uranus players, they can just go through Oceanus, and that sort of changes everything. We don't want to make Wadgets versus Oceanus because they can make very cheap heroes. But if it's Prometheus, then we have access to go Wadgets, and Wadgets can, 1, help deal with the Prometheans, 2, lock down an area, which is what we want to be doing is Set, and then 3, not useless versus the Satyr because they do have some good range, they do have some bonus damage versus myth units, and they can be somewhat of a unit that can trade, heal, and then trade some more, as opposed to the Satyr, which, if it is Prometheus, cannot heal. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is Soup likes Prometheus. He likes playing budget, or like not budget Chronos. He likes playing the Formula 1 Chronos with Uranus. Because it does, I'm pretty sure Uranus just does everything Chronos does, but better. Anyways, we'll see how this series is going to go. Matador obviously playing really, really well recently. Same too with Soup. Could be a little bit of a banger. So let's jump in onto our first map. It is Cloud Forest, and I think this might be the first time we're going to be checking out this intro. I love this map. I love this game. I love this thing, and thank you Satfat for sponsoring. Let's get going. And off to the races we go. Satfat's set Shenanigans final weekend. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, playing as the Red Uranus from the Aces team. It is Mr. Husk Super, or as I like to affectionately call him, the biggest brain in Age of Mythology. And he is starting out with his big brain strats. Very, very early temple here. And he's going to be looking to load up on relics. Or on early oracles, one of the two. His opponent today, a absolute machine of the RTS world, has had a lot of troubles actually in tournament recently. He's a player that I often expect to go like top 4, top 8, top 4 type finishes, top 6 finishes, but often sort of struggles in the early rounds of the tournament. Doesn't really get settled. He puts a lot of effort in. He plays at an incredibly high level. This is El Matador from the Knock team. So let me just have a little look-see at the relics, as we do have one oracle already converting. This is Harmonious Necklace. So a nice little boost there to the gold gather rate early on. There's another relic behind here as well that Soup can pick up. Scales of a Catoblepass. That's actually quite a nice relic here for Soup. We're talking a little bit about the Wadget and its effectiveness versus, say, Prometheans and things like this. Well, this is going to help a little bit with defending that. Up onto this side as well, we've got ourselves the Canopic Jar of Imseti. This is infantry train time minus 25%. And onto the top side over here, we have the Titan's Treasure, making advance times, or advancing to the next age, a little bit cheaper, as well as Secret of the Titans getting cheaper. So I am pretty interested in... Ooh, I haven't seen a Jaguar of Set before. That's kind of sick. Look at him go. Anyways, I am interested in how Matador's going to be playing this one. One of the big bonuses or big the really cool things about seeing a tournament like this, where one god has to be picked most of the time into said god's bad matchups, is you get to see how players at the top level attempt to deal with said bad matchups. How much damage did this guy do? 1? Yeah, but what does it normally do? I don't know. Anyways, up onto this side, Canopic Jar of Imseti going to get taken. Over here, we do have the Jaguar Black of Set. Why is that not the Black Jaguar of Set? Why is he Jaguar Black? And this one over here, this is just a Jaguar of Set. Interesting. Yeah, 5.8 speed on a Set animal is ludicrous. That's absolutely and unequivocally insane. We are going to be seeing the Prometheus coming through here from Soup. Like I said, I'm not surprised to see this. He's a big fan of playing the Formula 1 version of Kronos. And we'll see how he's going to make this all function. He is up to 4 oracles already. We are going to be seeing that car coming through from Matador, though. So Matador might be having ideas of what I was suggesting. And I have played against this... I have used this specific strategy before and played against some other very, very strong players inside of this strategy. And the one thing I will say that that this strategy does struggle against is any type of myth unit usage. Why? Because all of the favor is getting spent on myth unit or getting spent on god power, specifically the Valor, right? So those are the 2 variants of Prometheus. So of course, they could not do either of those things and then go into a whole bunch of heroes, or heroize their units with the Valors. But generally speaking, they're not doing that. They're going Valor on the villagers, and they're spamming out Prometheans. So your Wadgets are going to be super effective. Anyways, Dart is almost in. So many resources in for Matador. Is he going for a fast heroic, or is he gonna... He is going for a fast heroic. That is kinda... Is that... That's... And a barracks. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, he's got a back gold mine. I think if Soup pulls the trigger here or tries to force a little too early, I think he can get into some trouble. I think he can get into some trouble. He's going to be able to charge in here and look for some damage early on. This is fine. But what I mean by pulling the trigger is, I mean, actually going for a very specific sort of timing or attack and trying to end a game that, simply put, will not be able to be ended. As the villager coming back in, going to get sniped down there as the barracks does complete, but with no HP remaining, does end up going down. So a nice little kill there from our main man, Soup. Not a huge deal for Matador. He's still going next stage. The barracks getting poked there is not a big deal. But yeah, this is really, really, really bizarre for Matador. And he's going Sekhmet, not going for Nephthys. If he went Nephthys here for Nepti in order to try and deal with these Prometheans a little bit better, I would be like, great, makes perfect sense. But he's going Sekhmet, so he obviously wants to go into slingers of some variety. Super slinger with the electron bullets, as well as the slings of the sun technology that comes through Sekhmet. So you get 2 unique upgrades for those slingers, and they can kind of put the Murmillo out of action. They can also put the Arcus out of action. Oh my. Oh my. My main man, Soup, just shockwaved a Jaguar Black. I wanted to see how much damage those other Jaguars of Set have, but I still don't get to know. One thing here that Soup definitely should be looking to do is try and take out this monument. Nonetheless, there's the Sekhmet, there's the Citadel, there's the Watchtowers, and Soup will be pulling back for the time being, as there's not... Oh. Oh! It's one of those plays. I love the classic... wait, when did he get the second monument up? Is it just one? He does have 2 monuments. I love the classic Scarab Rush. Nothing is better than a good old classic Scarab Rush. Let's see if Soup is going to be prepared. Now, if this was Kavoth, Kavoth would go, let me just drop a building here, a building here, a building here. And that would be really, really strong. We'll see if Soup is going to be able to defend this. Great sort of, how do you put this? Some very, very sneaky play here from our main man, Matador. What does he see in this base? Not a whole lot. That's a shit thing Sands coming through. That's going to be a dead town center without question here. As Soup, well, he's going to be getting himself watchtowers. He's going to have to make a break for it here. Like, staying in this position is not very useful at all. He does have the Sky Passage here to jump onto this. He can pump over into this town center, or that gold mine there as well. Not that big of a deal. Axemen on this position are a little bit difficult to deal with. However, there is... Well, there's 2 Carabalistas here, so they can deal with the Axemen pretty quickly. The problem for Soup is he doesn't have any heroes. He's got some favor. He's going to lose his temple. That's kind of huge. He's got some favor, so that can be nice. But he does need to actually convert the heroes and actually deal with these scarabs, because they are absolutely demolishing this main base. A random mercenary infantry queued up from the Matador man is an option, I guess. There's more buildings are going down. The Murmillo will pull off here to try and deal with this. And who comes out in front on this one, you might ask? Most of you would say, well, the Set player comes out on this one, right? On top, without question. I mean, it's kind of close. You lost, I don't know how many resources worth of Scarab and Axemen there. The units didn't really die for Soup. He's at 2k military resources. If he drops a 700 resource town center, which he should, he's going to be fine here. The other thing that he could do is he could just drop 2 temples and then spam Prometheans and look to come and kill Matador. Because Matador, well, he's got a town center, but he's not going to be able to outproduce a 34 citizen with a 2k military edge with a whole bunch of Oracle production here, favor production. He's not going to be able to beat that. Thank you for the raiding party, Punkstar, as well. as the Mamilo will make their way in here. And Soup does indeed spam out the Prometheans. He needs another temple, unfortunately. He's going for a town center. So he's not going to be able to hit this. Putting that town center down, I think, gives Matador the time, so to speak. I think if instead of the town center, he went double temple, full Prometheans, and charged with like full spend of everything, I think he'd be able to take out that Migdol, take out this position, and life might be a little bit difficult there for the Matador. Man, as the Camel Riders are just going to be searching around the map. A sky passage here up onto this side to teleport up here and defend could be an idea. Oftentimes chasing units around is not really what you want to be doing, as the
Into you.
Camel Riders do spot. They do spot the town center. One low HP citizen there. Does go, both of them go down. Both of them going down there as onto the bottom side. The Camel Riders over here trying to take out an Oracle hero, losing their lives. These raids have gotten some value, but he loses so much military. I mean, I'm fine with Soup playing this slowly like he is. But I just would have really loved to see the all-in. I think it would have been brutal. Matador going for a Migdol stronghold onto this position here, as Soup might say, oh, I better stop that. He does have the Termrot that can come through and take out the Chariot Archers there. He's trying to take out the Migdol stronghold instead of going after the units, however. That can't be great control from Matador with those Chariot Archers, though. The dodging is out of this world, as now the Coryballus are on top of, well, they're getting smothered by the Camel Riders, as they all are going to end up dying. And Matador looks like he's now in a very good position. Sky Passage in the main base coming back up for the Supinator, as the Camel Riders will decide it's time to leave here momentarily. Siege works coming up for Matador as well. Soup has really got his work cut out for him. The one thing that he's got going for him is Matador's lack of respect for the Promethean. There are 6 Promethean here. 3 heroes might seem like enough, but what happens when this 6 Promethean turns into 10 Promethean? Life gets very, very difficult for Matador again. We'll see how that's all going to work as the Camel Riders making their way around the side. You don't have to chase this, right? Simple way to deal with these sort of raids is actually just to build units into where your opponent is running towards. So if he's going to send these Camel Riders in, I just build Mermillo, I build Catapulties in, and he's going to be like, I move so fast, I'm in. Oh, wait, there's units there waiting for my demise. As he does try to come in and take out the citizens, he sees the Catapulties, he's got to leave. There is this random Oracle in the corner of the map, of which Matador does see and will be able to kill. Nice find. That's the main base, or not the main base, the forward base of Soup going to get targeted down here. And Catapulties trying to deal with this on this side as the Prometheans coming through. Town center targeting down the back. Pharaoh there is smart. That's a big amount of DPS loss for the Pharaoh, but the rest of the units just aren't in from Soup. I don't know where his army, I mean, of course, he's concerned with the Camel Riders in his main base, but he doesn't even need to be here. He can just go through the Sky Passage, be up onto this side, or be over here, and he's totally fine. As those Term are coming through, and immediately Chariot Archer, shoot and scoot, does get started here as Soup will oblige with his own shoot and scoot as well. Gets a couple kills, but we'll have to pull away from that one as the Siege Towers over here killing a couple more buildings. But, I mean, this isn't a terrible trade for Soup either, but Matador is just getting further and further ahead in this game with these raids and all that other good stuff. And it's not looking good for the Supinator at the moment. How many of these counter barracks? He's got 2 counter barracks up as well. just doesn't have the production here at the moment. And now Matador says it's time for some more favor expenditure here. Let's get some more Scarabs in. Look for some real damage. Scarabs, tough unit to take out, especially when you've only got 2 oracles remaining. Up onto the top here. Oop. Catapulties are playing chicken with the camel riders and do decide, nope, your life is now over. It's the siege tower gonna make its way through here. We will see that siege tower dying. Catapulties charging forward, trying to take out those chariot archers. Doing a pretty good job of actually allowing the Terma to come in here. The shockwave there from Soup might have been a little bit on the late side. If he's going to charge in with the catapulties, which is fine, he should probably shockwave at the start there and then go. But not able to make that work as the chariot archers can literally shoot and scoot into infinity here. You got the 5-speed Terma versus the 5-speed chariot archer. It's tough to make that work. If you're playing as Gaia, for example, those Terma are going to be really, really good at catching up to the chariot archers. Or if you heroize all the Terma, you can definitely get in there and deal with those. So now Hyperion is queued up for Soup. Prometheans getting taken out. And Matador, yet again, threatening with those chariot archers. Both players are sort of scared to go too far forward. The camel riders obliterate the Terma. The catapulties obliterate the camel rider. The Terma obliterate the chariot archers. It's actually a very, very difficult micro war for both players. There's just so much more stuff for Matador in this spot. And Matador does manage to claim the first win. Set OP. Satfat. The narrative has been torn down. Matador in his kingdom up on cloud, I can play set, comes in and says, I too can get wins with the set meister at the top level. I think Soup had an opportunity here. An opportunity here to punish what Matador was doing in a creative way. But unfortunately, he couldn't really see that line. After he killed off all the Scarabs and he still had all his army left, I really think double Temple, full Prometheans, and just sit on the 34 villages that he has, or 34, like, whatever. Just don't get another town center and look for that all in on this back gold mine. And then you can get the town center back once you've made that all in happen. Because in what world are you going to be able to get out the priests, the chariot archers, the camel rider, the axeman, everything to stop that? I just don't think it was going to be a possibility for him. But well played to Matador with the Scarab rush. And we will jump back into the main menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, our next map is going to be Marsh, and it's going to be a Poseidon versus Set. Exciting times to be alive. Poseidon and Set on Marsh. I should give the win over here to Set. I need to get some water into me and turn off this aircon. I will be right back. One second, guys. Oh, I've got to give the win to Matador. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back and we are in business. I got some energy juice in the shape of Coca-Cola. Giggsy, you dropped your dinner all over the floor. No! Oh, that's so sad. Ugh. How's everyone going? What's good? What's good in the hood? You guys excited for some Poseidon versus Set shenanigans? I can guarantee you that a certain someone in this matchup is going to build as many centaurs as he possibly can. I could be wrong, but I'm excited to see it. Pegasus Rush is borging. I don't even know what that means, but I'm not with the new lingo. I look 25 now. Thank you. Let's get into the marsh. Game number 2 here, coming at you, as I need to flipperoonie the top players so that everyone understands that Matador is indeed the Poseidon player, whom is up 1-0 against Soup, who is now subject to the tiresome and often difficult responsibility of carrying the set banner in the Satfat's set Shenanigans. Anyways, we'll see how this game's going to go. I was saying we're probably going to see quite a few centaur getting built from Matador. It's generally the best play. The way that I've had success with Egyptian versus centaur before is actually specifically walls and building towers. This might shock some of you guys because none of you guys understand that you can build towers early on in the game. But for example, what I would do in this specific game with this specific map layout is I would be looking to open up with some spearmen and some priest, wander over and take this town center as fast as I possibly can. Then I would be looking to drop some walls here, and then dropping some towers potentially behind said walls, such that it's very, very difficult for my opponent to be able to attack the wall. I'm able to defend against centaur that are poking as well, and I'm going to be able to repair the wall, and I can then look to get to the heroic age and not have to deal with a whole bunch of stuff. That's my take on how Set should approach the centaur. Of course, all of that being said, you can still get into some trouble even if you play it very, very well. So we'll see what route Soup wants to go. He is advancing, I would say, relatively reasonably quickly. Like he's going to get what looks to be about a 417-ish in, or whatever the advance time is nowadays. I don't even know. Is it 304 when this comes out? 303, 304, 305, 306, 307. It's 307. So then you add on 17. Never mind. He's going to be a 307 Dart and a 307 Hermes. So equal on both sides, as it looks to me like this is not a fast second town center from Matador. You can kind of tell when you see only 3 villages on wood. One of the sort of old-ish Poseidon game plans, for those of you wanting to hear some behind-the-scenes coaching advice that I received way back in the day, you can go with a specific amount of Hippias early on to threaten a whole bunch of stuff and then take your town center behind it. This is true for pretty much any of the pressure civs. So, for example, Zeus can go for like a handful of hoplites, then build a town center. Poseidon can go for a handful of Hippias, then build a town center. The Norse can do the same sort of thing. Couple of Hersa, pressure, then build a town center. Aztecs, obviously, as well, can do the same thing with a couple of warrior priests, then build a town center. You see the logic tracks, and then, of course, Set can do the same thing with a handful of spearmen, and then build a town center. So, if you do want to go that angle, you can go for that. As Matador is going to be dropping double stables. This is a little on the overkill side for what I'm talking about. So it's looking like actually Matador wants to just stay one town center. He's feeling comfortable with all of his shenanigans. The centaur does get greeted there by a Wadjet and a priest down to 32 HP. That's got to feel really, really good. Unless there is a relic on the map, which is going to be able to give HP back to the myth units. There is one that exists, but I don't believe it's on this map. Hummingbird's beak is here. I don't even know what that does. Infantry damage bonus against infantry plus 10%. As the Wadjet, unfortunately, will meet its demise here. An attempt to keep it alive with the priest healing does fail. And Soup now wandering into the middle of the map to try and grab these balls. This is dangerous. Without question, this is dangerous. Soup's main base is not protected. I don't like... This is something that... Okay, well, let's go off on a bit of a tangent here. This is something I've brought up around the problems and the reasons why we don't see players... And we're seeing this right now in this game. The problem with going for early second hunt in Age of Mythology is simply a problem of an inability, as you see villages falling very quickly, an inability to secure your home base and secure the hunt. You need to be in both positions at once, basically. Now, if Soup had built his base such that everything here was very, very safe, he could have just simply sat on the front and he wouldn't have taken any damage there. But that's not what he's done. And he is now going to have to continue to fight out in the middle of the map as his priest's taking damage. He could use his other priest to heal up his own priest here. Can he make that one happen? No, picks off one dude, Reno there, up onto the top side. Another priest getting taken down as the boars clean up the Atalanta. Over onto this side, we have the Hippias going after those villagers as they're going to turn around and start shanking. And that's even more damage onto the Soup army, and I think he is just in a world of pain here. An absolute world of pain. He's got 500 wood in the bank, 500 gold. Matador is just in his head and outplaying in a big way here. 7-minute victory for El Matador in game number 2. Both the set games go to Matador. That was a brutal display of sheer efficiency from the Matador side. I don't like that Soup was here early on. I think he had the units. Like, if you take a quick look at the actual military difference, he sort of had the units to defend this. Of course, the Centaur are a little bit more expensive or whatever, and the Spearmen, he had the counter units, so being behind the military resource count when you have the counter units, you can still win those fights. But because he has to split and defend this, and defend this, and nothing is secured here, it's just too hard to lock everything down. And that there is the game number 2. So a well played and executed game. Good punish from Matador here. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to play for game number 3. Alrighty. Isn't Boit 18? Look, I'm going to leave that up to your imaginations. I could be. Let me have a quick look. We are going in onto the map Step. And it's going to be Amaterasu versus Tezcatlipoca. Oops. I clicked the wrong button there, didn't I? All right, and off we go, in onto the map Step. And off we go into game number... Where are we? Game number 3? I'm currently witnessing a rush already. We've skipped over half the game. They didn't put a... a delay on. So apologies. They didn't put a delay on, and this is where we're at. So Soup, he is attacking. He is trying to take down a temple. He's gone for a very fast advance through Molina. And he's dropped Infestation on the front. This is a very, very, very strong rush from the Supernet. He picks off the temple. He's got to be happy about that. A couple of low HP units on the back here as well, as he will convert into the Jipla. And he's going to start putting some heavy pressure onto my main man, Matador. As Matador will have to run away from this Tajipla for the time being. To some degree, he should just... he should probably just focus down the Tajipla, to be honest, and garrison Micro and all that other good stuff. But he is currently pushed off of the gold mine, hasn't got himself any melee units, which I think might be a little bit of a mistake. If he'd gone straight for a dojo and straight for the Onnamusha, I think he probably would have been in a better position. But he is back now onto his gold mine. Villagers pulling back. Actually, at the moment, it is an equal villager differentiate. Probably doesn't even need to be mining the gold mine, to be honest. You could just go onto food for a little bit, and it wouldn't be an issue. But still not dropping any other buildings. I do like the idea of going into the Tequila Archers here. When you combine them with the Infested Nests, they get a front line, so why not? As the Warrior Priest is going to be coming in for another bout here, as Matador is literally just utilizing heals to stay alive versus all of this shenanigans. The Miko sitting up onto this front shrine of the hunt there as well is going to be doing a nice job garrisoning into the town center yet again. Villagers onto the front here. Going to look to garrison too, as he has to deal with this Tajipla and not lose a single villager. Every single time a Tajipla does get built, that is, resources down the drain. It's a 15 favor unit. Does pick off a villager though for it, so that's got to be feeling good with that special. And more units though are starting to come out. I wouldn't have minded to see a watchtower upgrade here from Matador. He's going to be losing his Shrine of the Hunt as well. That hurts. Andre, thank you so much for the kind words, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Alrighty. Well, we do have the Naginata Riders now starting to come out for Matador. He does need quite a few of them in this situation. Of course, he needs to get through the large the large scorpions before he actually engages. As that Tajipla is charging forward, trying to get some damage here, and we do see there are currently enough units that this doesn't really do anything anymore. So Soup will have to start thinking about a different angle here. He almost takes down the Miko, but the Miko will be able to stay alive. Onto the front side here, the Naginata Rider coming through. That one there can get healed back up. There is still the Solar Shield that can get dropped. Isn't it 2 to? Yes, it is actually 2 to 0. My bad. So far, I would say that Soup has gotten the value out of this early game. He's putting some really, really good pressure on, but Matador, he's almost up to Bushido tier 2. So even though he's lost a bunch of income from not being able to be on this gold mine, he will be able to get to Bushido tier 2, and he will be in a pretty nice position after that. So long as he doesn't have to take any mass fights too early on, he should be perfectly fine. Alrighty, into this position up here. The raids for Matador will start. He is looking for a little bit of damage here. Does he get the villager pick? Yes, he does. And he also is going to start to look to get out of here. This villager over here going to take a couple of whacks. Can he get over onto this side? No, not just yet. It's fine though. He lost one villager. Nice raid from Matador. But the walls will be up and Soup will be okay where that's concerned. Soup is just always risking it for the biscuit up onto that top food there. Matador won't have any ideas that this is happening just yet. The walls are going to come up onto this side as well. I love that from Soup. Exactly what he needs to do. He's got the he's got the best counter cavalry in the game, basically. So all he needs to do is build those spearmen. They just need to be in the right place, and the walls will help them get into the right place, basically. As Matador has actually now done to Soup what Soup was doing to Matador, which is locking him off of this gold mine. But Soup now going up through Hoyal Zhaokui, and the temple of Soup will start to get targeted down here as Matador attempting the micro of his life as the towers are now up, and Matador will get out of there. I think he might have lost his first unit there as well. Also the Miko going down. Nice snipe. And following this, the actual, I think the thing that Soup is going to be wanting to go for right away is actually, I mean, he could go into mass Tsitsimiddles, which is obviously fun and strong and very difficult to defend against. But the solid play is to just drop a great temple on this gold mine and then go into those Jaguar Riders. So we'll see how it's all going to go as the Tequila Archers charging forward. Of course, the range from Matador on his archers is really, really nice. So he can actually win these fights with perfect micro, especially with speed walking hacks. Not hacks, but speed walking skills. You can completely out control an opponent with that, but not going to be happening just yet as the army of Soup is ready to get involved. There goes the Starfall on this position. No upgrade for the Tsitsimiddles just yet as the hero Bushi trying to take this one down. There goes the Solar Shield as well as Soup says, no, you're not going to kill off my Tsitsimiddle just yet. All of these units of Matador are going to be falling, and Soup is simply put in a dominating position right now. And that there is the game as Matador, I'm not sure exactly what happened with the macro. Both of these guys' macro in this series has been a little off. 2,000 food in the bank, 134 gold. Does not end up working out for him. I think if he'd spent all of those resources, I think he probably would have been fine here. Specifically spent it on the Musha. He really would have been fine here, but unfortunately, I think he might have got caught out trying to get to the heroic age, and this random timing does end up being the timing that got him. So Soup now on the board, gets his dub with his S tier god. I was talking about it beforehand. We can talk about it a little bit more after this. Let's jump over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. This is absolutely wild. We're less than an hour in and we're already up to game 4. Alrighty. So, sure. Let's talk about it. I didn't end up getting my whoops. It could be possible here that Boros is going to be mad at me because I didn't have the stuff set up. Whoopsie daisies. Not my fault. These guys didn't give me the time to do it. Alright, our next map's going to be on Giza. We are ready. And it is not picked yet. Alright, so let's talk about this. That was a Tezcatlipoca win. So with Soup using his Tezcatlipoca there, Matador still has Huitzilopochtli. He still has a Thor. Oh, I'm tired. He still got a Tsukiyomi. But really, Soup's got a couple, I don't know. He doesn't really have that many strong gods left in his roster. I don't like Soup's draft here at all. The only gods that I like from Soup are in the first 4 gods. After that, everything else is looking a little bit meh. I don't even know what I would pick here if I was Soup. On Giza? Like if I'm Matador, I'm thinking Tsukiyomi, I'm thinking Zeus, I'm thinking Huitzilopochtli. Those 3 gods make perfect sense for this map. If I'm Soup, Gaia. Gaia's playable into Huitzilopochtli. It's Huitzilopochtli favored, but there's like some gods that just simply straight lose. You can't really defend the early rush. Or you can't defend, or you can't beat their units, one of the two. That does exist right now. I'm gonna be straight up. The Aztecs are really, really strong. So there's that. So we can pick Gaia here into Huitzilopochtli. You can pick Gaia here. But then again, the Thor's on the table, and Thor will give Gaia a tough time. You can beat Thor with Gaia, but will give a little bit of a tough time. Maybe Hades on the side of Soup is valid here, but Hades won't feel great against Huitzilopochtli. I think he has to pick Gaia and just sort of fingers crossed Matador doesn't read the Gaia pick and go Thor. Thor kind of feels... There's not really anything scary here for Thor. Maybe Fushi's a little scary for Thor. But yeah. Anyways, it looks like the gods are in. It's going to be Tsukiyomi versus Gaia. And we've seen this matchup a few times, actually. I think Matador's won this matchup already. Emperor Fuble says, according to the average tier list, he has Isis and will win easy. Yeah, the only real correct tier list out there doesn't have Isis as very high. Yeah, I would trust that. I would trust that tier list over all the other ones. That's what I would do if I was you guys. Sleels! Oh my god, thanks so much for the 510 bits. Hey, Boit, I'm a new AOM player and really obsessed with the game at the moment, even though I don't understand half the things that are going on. However, your content is extremely outstanding, and I hope I can be half as good as you are at the game. Aw! Thank you for getting me into this game and keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much for the kind words and the bitteroonies. I will keep up the good work just for you. Enjoy the journey. There is nothing more rewarding, I would say. Well, rewarding is maybe the wrong word. There's nothing more entertaining than the Age of Mythology journey. I've gotten good at a couple of other RTS games. I got good at StarCraft 2. I got good at Age of Empires 4. Nothing is as fun as the journey to understanding and getting good at Age of Mythology. So enjoy the journey, and I'll see you in the top 100 soon. Mwah! Aztecs have a 100% win rate in the SSS, really? Do we have those stats? I don't know if we have those stats. Like, I normally I try to normally I can kind of like pretend a little bit about certain balance issues. Like I can be like, well, it's 55-45. That everyone's saying that everyone else is saying this matchup is unwinnable, but it's 55-45. So it's actually not that bad. That's normally my take. Normally my take is matchup's pretty close. It's winnable if you play well. And I've proved that a billion times. Other people have proved it a billion times. So anyone who's coming at me and saying shit's a broken matchup, unwinnable, I just don't buy it. But with the Aztecs, I'm starting to go, nah, this is tough. This is hard. This is like, and even if you do get through ABC, then you still have to deal with XYZ. So yeah. Yeah. Mustache tier list. Is it all right? I thought I did all right. The thing is, every time a Civ comes out kind of broken, every time a Civ comes out, it is kind of broken. Not every time. Demeter was very, very bad. The Japanese actually came out, I would say they came out quite balanced, and then they got buffed because no one knew how to play them. And unfortunately, there's no way to ever go back on a balance change. It's not allowed. It's out of the wheelhouse. You can never go and revert a change. Wait, you think the mustache suits me? Jeepers. I might keep it then. My partner is not going to be happy with that. I'm going to have to screenshot that. Anyway. Oh dear. Demeter is not a Civ? Sure she is. Demeter right now is really, really good. Really, really good. Demeter was just a clever plan from the devs to make people stop taking DLC as free to win. True. Hey, yeah, Jazz, what's going on, my friend? We'll see if Soup can get through this Tsukiyomi. What's your feelings about Demeter right now? Well, I did put out a tier list. I think Demeter is quite strong at the moment. I still think that there's a lot of things that could be done to just improve the design of Demeter. But in terms of the actual strength, she's great. She's got one god path and one and a half god paths. So she's got 2 classical age gods, which are both pickable. She's got 1 heroic age god that's pickable, and she's got 1 mythic age god that's pickable. So if you know that, then you will be able to have a good time with Demeter. Let's jump into game number... What are we up to? Game number 1, 2, 3, 4 of this best of 7 series. Stepping in to the map Giza. It's not Step. We already saw that one. Let's check it out. And off to the races we go. Another Japanese god here for Matador. As he's going to be playing the moon god Tsukiyomi. And Soup for a rare point in his Age of Mythology career. He's not known for his Gaia. He very rarely plays Gaia. In fact, I don't think he's played many Gaia games at all. And he picks Gaia. So we'll see how he's going to go. Gaia's like perfectly strong. Very, 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 very good god at the moment. But Soup is a Prometheus and a Leto enjoyer. He doesn't like Oceanus. Now, luckily for Soup, he does have access to Leto here. I've got YouTube chat and Twitch chat both telling me that Soup hates Gaia. That you're both telling me that. I'm like, all right, no worries. I wouldn't be surprised to see Soup go Leto here, just on the fact that he doesn't like Oceanus. He won't pick it as Uranus. Why would he pick it as Gaia? Now, here's the here's the really interesting thing about Leto versus Tsukiyomi, or versus Japan in general. So long as the Japanese player is in the classical age, they don't really have a fantastic option versus the automaton, because the Onimusha dies so quickly to the Karabalista. So if you can set it up so that the holy moly, Sleels, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs, my friend. You absolute legend. So if Soup can set it up such that Matador builds a whole bunch of Onimusha, and he can get the Karabalista out, and he can spread the Lush out, and he can get his Spider Lairs down, and he can get his Automatons out. It's a lot of ends. You might see an Automaton spam here. The other thing... Soup, you disappointed me. I was about to hype up the leader even more. No. I was about to say, the other thing that Gaia has versus Japan, which is really quite strong, is Leto into Thea. I'm just going to throw it out there. I've done this before. I think it's great. I think it's a unique sort of game state and very, very hard to play for both sides, but definitely strong if you can execute it. Going into Stymphalian Birds, Dryads, and all the other good stuff, you can really mess with a Tsukiyomi player's game plan by playing that way. Nonetheless, we will be seeing Inari Wakami coming through for Matador, and we're seeing Oceanus for Soup. So, looking fairly stock standard, as some military barracks will come down over here for Soup. He also gets up a wooden wall to lock off the top of his base. Yes, Catapulty upgrade is going to be really, really key here for Soup. But that being said, he is going to be going straight into Murmillos. I'm not exactly upset about the early Murmillos. When I play Atlantean versus Japanese, I generally open counter barracks. Reason being is I don't really, my opponent makes samurai, I don't really care. I'll just be like, great, you're making samurai, I'll adapt. But if my opponent makes Naginata Rider or makes archers, I want to be ready to defend those, or counter those, whereas the Murmillos can't really do that all too well. Nonetheless, the Kitsune upgrade is going to come through for Matador. He's going to have himself a couple of Kitsune running into the main base of Soup. I'm a lot when I play versus Tsukiyomi. Uh-oh. Don't run. Just finish the. Uh-oh. Oh no. It's a sad time to be a citizen. Oh no, an Atlantean citizen. It's a sad time to be oh no. First blood is drawn. I was about to say, unlike Susanoo, whose Kitsune are an absolute nightmare because they do pay for themselves, the Amaterasu or the Tsukiyomi Kitsune are a lot less frustrating to play against because you just have to defend them and then you're good. You just have to defend them and then you're good. Of course, Soup was caught in the act of building a mana and decided to run instead of staying on it. I think if he stayed on it, he would have finished it and he would have healed it and it would have been fine. Or if he had a Collider in his main base, he would have healed it and he was fine. But Matador is in his raiding bag already. He's got himself some cavalry out. Cavalry in to try and take out what Soup's main base has. Of course, there are some manas and all the other good stuff. He will attempt to make a bail from this one here. Can he get out of here? Yes, he can. But this citizen at the top does get caught out. We will see a Nine-Tailed. We will see a Carnivora getting dropped in here as one Naginata Rider will get eaten up. But that there is brutal. But onto the bottom side, we do have the Spider going down. The Juragumo getting taken out. I don't think any villages have fallen here, though, for Matador. Matador just enjoying going after all the villages here. Soup not paying attention. He's about to drop another one as he's going to pull back. Matador in literally in the position that he wants to be in. He wants to be in a position where he's raiding his opponent and he's defending his opponent and attacking him. Because look at it, like right now, this is obviously not doing like a huge amount for Soup. He can obviously heal his units, and that's fantastic. But he's just dropping citizens left, right, and center. We do see a couple of units coming in here for Soup. They need to be heroized, otherwise life's very tough. Up onto this side, we do have the Caladrius continuing to heal up. He's got 4 Caladrius in for the time being, but the Mikos are also through. Both players are going to be enjoying that sort of interaction here. One Murmillo goes down as the Samurai here does get a targeted down. Almost goes down there, not quite getting picked off. Naginata Riders coming back in onto this side as that's going to get chased over here. Gets caught out a little bit trying to dip, duck, dive, and dodge, but looks like it might end up going down as the Pacifier also comes through. There's no Bushi in, no hero range units in just yet, and the Murmillo charge seemingly getting the damage done. This Murmillo over here does end up going down as well, though, as the numbers for the Supinator are slowly withering here. Another Pacifier in onto that Naginata Rider, trying to finish that one off. He's got another Pacifier to come through. The Caraballister over here does need to be kept alive. It is the ultimate answer to those Samurai. There is not going to be access to a Carnivore anytime soon. And after all is said and done, it's 29 villages to 28. Matador, without question, in front right now. Matador in front after all is said and done. Militarily speaking, though, Soup is well and truly in the lead. Oop, gets that heal on the Murmillo there as well, just barely. But these Murmillo are just charging in, and this is such a brutal position for Matador to be in. He could go ahead and New Moon the tower here, get himself the Tenshu, get himself the Crenellations. Might not be a terrible idea. But the gold mine's being pushed off of, and there's no gold in the bank. There's also access to the Swampland, which might be the move that Matador needs to use here. And of course, that's what Soup sort of wants, because he can just run away. It's not a big problem. On the Musha over here, getting absolutely obliterated by this Caraballister. I don't ever want to hear anybody ever tell me the Caraballister is not strong. This unit is an absolute beast as the medium upgrades comes through. Bushido tier 2 comes through. Villagers getting sniped down over onto this side as well as the Caladrius trying to keep everyone alive. That burst heal is so strong. How many? He's got 5 Caladria. He's completely playing into the fact that Matador refuses to build a guardhouse in this matchup. There isn't a guardhouse. He doesn't want it. He's trying to get to the next age as well, as this temple taking quite a lot of damage. I mean, you sort of have to just imagine, what if this was, instead of it being 5 Caladria, it was like 6 or 7 automaton. Actually, how much do these cost? Never mind. If this was 10 automaton right now, you think he would be able to defend? I don't think he'd be defending this. I think he'd just simply be dead. As the units continuing to dance left, right, and center. Hachiman is pre-queued. I don't believe at the moment what I'm watching as Soup does get out of position there with his Caraballister. He drops 2 of them. A third one also going to be going down. Great catch. I don't know what Soup was thinking. I think he just miscontrolled. That's a big loss, and that will allow for some more Samurai to come into the mix as the villagers trying to get back over onto this gold mine. But Soup says, no, not today. You're not allowed this. I'm going to keep on attacking you until the end of the days here. As this house can go down, the tower can go down. Hachiman is coming through. But, I mean, what does this even give him? It gives him horse archers. That's a big, big fat unit. He's dropping more stables. Horse archers is somewhat scary for Soup, but guess what Soup can do? Just drop some counter barracks and build himself some Terma. Terma do counter the horse archer. For those of you who don't understand, Terma is a counter archer. It's got the speed to match the horse archer and the range to boot. So unlike the chariot archer, which can be a little bit tricky for the Terma to deal with. The Horse Archer does not have any angles to outplay there as Citizens coming into the middle, and this is exactly the damage that Matador needs to make this happen. Now up to the top, units coming through, trying to keep the Citizens alive as the Caladria coming through. This back Caraballister going down. You could sneak or sit on this gold mine, put a mana down, grab that gold mine or something like that. Main base Citizens can simply just grab goats. Look, there's 13 goats here at over 200 food. So you're looking at over 2,000 food there. So there's no sense in forcing being out in the middle when your opponent's got the speed advantage. Just defend and you're good. But Matador, with this one cheeky raid, has managed to basically just get himself to the heroic age and start his production of all the stuff that he wants. As the Hero Oracle goes down, will he be able to pick off a Naginata Rider? Answer is no.
Boit.
Soup doesn't have himself the channels upgrade either, so his Murmillos are looking a little bit on the slow side as the villagers are pulled off over here. This one Murmillo has seen that, and they can just pop back into the main base, onto wood, and live the dream as he will start spamming these Horse Archers. Now, here's one really cool interaction for Gaia. Of course, you've already got the Lush for your Terma, which is fantastic. You're going to go up to a very, very nice amount of counterage with those Terma. But you've also got, through Thea, Side and Secret, which affects the Terma, as it is a archer or ranged unit and a cavalry unit in the same breath. So it's affected by all those techs. So the Terma become cheaper and faster as well. So they can they will shut down a lot of what Matador is going to be attempting to do here. Town center on this side for Soup coming up though. A little bit on the risky side, but there's not really a problem with this. As the units from Matador charging in. And Soup will have to garrison for the time being, but he has his town center up. That's some free damage to come through here. The big question is going to be, when is Soup going to get channels? Because this position here is perfect channels position to get on top of those Yumi Horse Archers. The Murmillo will go up above 5 speed, I think. So they're able to chase this down. He is building some Terma. Got to be careful not to just use one Terma to take out the Yumi Horse Archers, but still going to be getting little pot shots in while he's trying to build up those numbers. There goes the Swampland as Soup says, well, can I run? I guess I have to run, as he runs straight through all of that death and does drop below the military resource value here. Galadriel is getting focused down on the top as Stefanienberg at the very least will be able to get some good damage done. There goes the heavy upgrades. Tier 3 Bushido is in, and Soup needs to pull all the way back for the time being. Another Galadriel going down. This is brutal for Soup as I think he just got caught out in this heroic age, in this timing. He was fine, but 6 citizens idled inside of this town center as well as this one pops out. As it going down, he's making a run for it. Soup's not paying attention. And it does garrison. Galadriel pulling back. That's Stefanienberg there. Does end up falling. He's got to take out the Shogun. He's doing so much here. But Soup just continuing to take fights. Sort of down on, or not even down just on population, down military resource values, down on everything there. These 8 citizens need to make a break for it somewhere. He's going to pop out over onto the food for the time being, but he's going to be taking damage all over the shop. As the Contarius going back, does he have channels yet? No. 6.3 speed. They go up to like 7 speed or something. As a couple of Yumi Horse Archers over here do get caught out. Samurai spawn onto this side is brutal as the citizens over here getting targeted down, making a break for it back into the main base, but that's dead citizen after dead citizen after dead citizen.
Yuji. Boit.
7.3 speed on Lush. Come on. Surely this is going to be a pain for one Matador, the horse archer lover, Smith, to deal with. It's the
Yuji, Skopos, Burek.
That's the Contarius coming through, trying to surround, trying to prevent the full-on retreat into shoot and scoot micro, doing a fantastic job of limiting the units as the frontline Naginata riders do come through, and then immediately the shoot and scoot becomes a problem here for Soup. You don't have to chase this. Once you've done the damage, you've done the deed, you can pull back and say, great, no worries, we'll try and get another surround on you if you try and push forward again. But let's just take the damage that we have now, and then we'll pull back. Now we've got the Yati Spearman coming through, and Soup will say, all right, that's enough. That's enough for now. Let's get out of here. It's a little bit of a spicy position we're moving into here, as Soup doesn't have himself his gold mine sorted out. He's trying to make Contarius Catapultis work here, which on paper seems like it should work.
Yuji,
There's so many Yumi horse archers, and they do have a bonus versus cavalry as well. Soup is just in so much of a difficult situation here. He's just trying to get in. If he gets the Catapultis in, they're also moving very fast at 5 speed here. But they need that lush to get faster than the Yumi horse archers. As he's spreading everything else out, we do have the Yati over onto this side. And Soup will be pulling himself back for the time being. Charging in from both sides yet again, as we'll see if he can get in here or not, as he does make life very, very difficult for Matador. Matador's bringing in that front line yet again. As soon as there's a front line, he's ready to start shooting, scooting. The Yati Spearmen are in as well. The Contarius stop targeting down the Yumi horse archers, and they get free reign to get that DPS off. A little bit of a damage check here at 6,000 plus for the Yumi horse archers. Also a little cheeky Tengu that comes in, as now Matador's built himself a temple. He's also going to get that aesthetic practices as well as Ivory Netsuke. But I think because Matador is way too in love with these Yumi horse archers and not moving away from them, he is building some Yati Spearmen. But because he's so in love with them, he is sort of allowing Soup to survive here and getting back into this game. I think Soup is pulling in front. He's winning these little trades to some degree, and he's got way more in the way of villages here. Getting some unupgraded termers here is hurting my soul. They've got 15 range. So do these guys. If they go to medium upgrades, that's 16 range. If they go to heavy upgrades, that's 17 range. Way better. But on up naked term, they don't do it for me. The fighting will continue, but look at this Bushido. Tier 3 turning into tier 4 momentarily here. There's the medium termer. Oh, excuse me, never mind. They are medium termer. I thought they were naked, but apparently not. That's the, oh no, the Yati Spearmen are in, and they will massacre this army. You got to be so careful with those. A couple of Arcus are in queue now as well. Mermillos to boot. Funnily enough, a Caraballiser or two would be an amazing answer versus the Yati Spearmen, but Soup just sits here, face tanks versus all those Yati, and he's going to lose all that army. He does have a 3rd town center up versus the 0 town centers, or 1 town center, I should say, of Matador. So his economy is looking really, really nice. On the backside here, he's got 9 military academies, 3 counter barracks, and his economy just, it doesn't look like he's got 100 villages here. Doesn't look like it's 100 villages versus 68. There's the heavy in. That there's got to hurt if you're a Soup fan to see that champion coming in, the army marching into the main base, and Soup says, yeah, nah, I don't want to deal with that. I might have all the units in the world, or all the eco in the world, but I just can't beat this army. I mean, I think he had it to some degree, the way that Matador was playing this, but he just kept on trying to force the fights. I feel like if he pulls back away from this side, just places down a palace over here so that this is nice and protected while that's all going on. Pulls back, plays defense for a little bit, pushes back in, puts another palace down, and just plays slow rather than forcing these fights. I think he's in a better spot. But trying to force these fights while the population diff, the military unit diff, is just so far in Matador's advantage. Makes it very, very tough to do. But I love the attack from Soup early on. I think him pulling back to try and deal with 4 Naginata riders raiding him cost him the game to some degree as well. I feel like if he just said, no worries, you go and attack me, I'm going to make some catapulty heroes to defend, and then I'm going to look for other places to kill my opponent and prevent him from just getting all of that Yumi Horse Archer even started in the first place. But a well-played game from Matador. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 5. Matador's 1 win from the complete domination, and he does still have the Huitzilopochtli in his draft. Alrighty. So we will see what they are going to go for. It's Obsidian Ridge. And it's going to be a Thor versus Hades on Obsidian Ridge. How exciting. Are you guys excited to see an Obsidian Ridge? All right. I need to put a poll out. I want to know what you viewers think. Let's go 2-minute poll. I don't care about anyone other than the viewers right now. That's all I care about. You guys let me know. It says this poll. I need to put the poll out for the YouTubers. You guys don't count. You Twitch chatters love the game too much. You play it too much. You're all biased. Well, we got a 1. We got 1 vote. 1 yes vote. Get wrecked. Clearly, they're the ones that understand what's going on here. Actually, can I do the vote on? Let's see if the YouTube one is different. It's amazing. Amazing how different the reactions to this poll are. That's so wild. This is going to be a long one. I think it will be. I think we're going to be in for a very fat boom. Come on, YouTubers. Get voting. I need to know. Twitch chatters, don't go to YouTube and vote a second time. What's that mustache, man? It's the mustache of a man who made the most correct tier list out of everyone else, because everyone else is a scrub. That's what it is. All right, so the Twitch poll ended 20 votes for no, 7 votes for yes. I'm going to give the YouTube poll a tiny little bit more of time here. A tiny little bit more. I think we're going to end it we're going to end it there. So the YouTube poll had a 78% yes and a 22% no. So in terms of you guys on Twitch being out of touch with reality, I don't know what else to say other than clearly you guys don't even know what you enjoy. The YouTube chatters, they know what's up. You Twitch chatters have got no idea. YouTube chatters, they're always going to be the higher elo crowd. They just understand things on a higher level than everyone else. So let's jump in onto our game number 5 match, Obsidian Ridge. Let's check it out. Off we go, and on to the 78% excited for this map. Obsidian Ridge, left-hand corner of the map, 1 win away from ultimate victory. His name is El Matador from the Knock clan. Team? The Knock team. Knock, knock, who's there? Matador! Yeah. In the right-hand side of the map, it is the Hades player, Husk Soup. As I haven't actually seen him playing much Hades recently, but this actually is quite an interesting matchup. There's a lot of very, very real problems that Thor's going to have to deal with. One such problem is Artemis archers. It's going to be really, really tough for Matador to get through that. And you guys might say, Boit, he can just make Ballista. Guess what? You can't just make Ballista because Soup's got Earthquake. Earthquake to counter Ballista. We're already thinking about the late game. We're on the map Obsidian Ridge. Take a little look-see at this chaotic map. There's nothing out the top of the map. There's one huge, ginormous forest. Everything and its mum is down the bottom of the map. Gold mines, hunt, another ginormous forest. It's all here. So we'll see how this is all going to go as the Matador Dwarven Armory. Enjoying those armory upgrades. Look at this alternate herding strategy from the Matador Inada. I don't think I like it in the slightest because he's lost out on a whole bunch of walking time to get out here, but alternate is nice. All right. Well, I for one am excited about this matchup. I think Thor and Hades can have a lot of fun times playing against each other, and we can enjoy chatting until they decide they would like to engage in a friendly game of I'm going to attack you and the treaty is going to be over, you know? So we're gonna enjoy that for a little bit. One thing here that Matador can obviously do is get mass walls set up. That can be very, very nice for him, especially getting into the bottom side of the map and trying to make this position difficult for Soup to go and grab. But Soup does have himself large gold mine 1, large gold mine 2 on this position. As now the Valkyrie. Or Valkyrie, I should say. The Freya is going to be coming for Matador. I'm a little surprised to see Freya here. Generally speaking, on the closed maps, cavalry are less good. Generally speaking. And Freya is a cavalry god. The more infantry-based units and ranged units are normally stronger, which means Forseti is a little bit more useful. But that's not what we're seeing here. On the flip side here as well, Soup has done the classic Soup. He has himself already the Vaults of Erebus, giving him an extra little bit of gold. And he is going for Ares. I kind of love it. We do have a Berserk coming in. He's going to be attempting the Forest Fire Shenanigans, and he does attempt them as the villagers will run away. No problems. I could be wrong here, but I think, I could be wrong. I think Soup might be pulling a little bit of the Ares, Apollo, Artemis line, so to speak. As the Valkyrie comes through, the Zom comes down. Villagers over here getting poked. That's going to be a dead villager on this side. Soup a little bit too cavalier. Oh, is that another villager pick? No. Close. Ajax comes through. We do have the Berserk dying over onto this side as well. A little bit of chaos in the main base for Soup is not ideal early on. You really don't want to be dropping anything if you can help it versus Thor. But he's definitely looking for a town center behind all of this. Yeah, the strongest archers in the game. Well, I actually don't know if they are the strongest archers in the game anymore. Demeter probably had the most DPS archer in the game. Can somebody fact check me? I'm pretty sure the Demeter archer with Ares plus Hestia has got more DPS, overall DPS, with the faded arrows bouncy mechanic now, than the Ares, Apollo, Artemis archers. See, okay, there you go. Demeters are technically better, but a little bit of another raid coming in over onto this side, as another villager does drop. And Soup does need to get this sorted out. He's got to stop taking damage. So the plan here, obviously, for Soup is let me just get into archers, because he says Norse can't deal with archers. In fact, he's very vocal about this. He thinks Norse can't deal with him, so he's going to do the thing that he thinks that his opponent can't really deal with. Now, you and I both know that, well, Norse can deal with archers. It's just difficult. So we'll see if Matador is going to be able to find his way through this. Got some walls coming up for Soup as well. As looks like he's going to be going for a fast heroic here, which is kind of wild as well. Like, he doesn't want to just drop the town center because of all the pressure early on. Moving back into his main base. Armory now coming down. Apollo going to be on the way. This is not what I was expecting in the slightest. So he wants a... He is literally going for a Cyclops Toxotes. A Cyclops Toxotes fast heroic rush. Soup is a man of the people. He is playing a strategy of which we see on the ladder around... It's very popular at around the 1200 to 1500 level. Lots and lots of Hades players love going Cyclops Toxotes. For the main reason that it is actually quite strong. It's very simple to do. And it can get you a lot of wins. Of course, Soup is a 2K+++ player who can not only execute the simple strategies, but also then back it up with solid gameplay afterwards. As Apollo coming through, Will of Kronos coming in as well. And a longhouse from Matador. Now, Matador might not have any real idea of what's going on here. And in fact, it doesn't look like he does. The correct response to this is from a Freya Thor is Sesrumnir, right? And then basically mass Herser and as many Valkyrie as you can possibly spam after you grab that second town center. That you don't need to build anything other than Herser until you start seeing Paspis, and then you can actually go into Godi as well. Thank you for the Prime LKSN92. Appreciate you, my friend. Meanwhile, Matador actually leaving his base as well. Oh, this is going to be one scary situation here. Does Matador pull back home after the... No, he doesn't. He's got to see these units in the main base as well. Achilles comes through. The Cyclops have been hidden in the back as, I mean, surely you know what's going on at this point. I don't believe that he doesn't. He's trying to get the scout. More Toxotes are getting built. Skadi is on the way, but too little, too late. The units popping through, trying to stop those dwarves from getting back. He picks off a whole bunch there. A couple more do end up dying, as now the Cyclops can take out the town center. He garrisons back through the underworld passage, as those Cyclops will end this town center here. The villagers do manage to make a break for it. One villager goes down, of course. Hades does get that ballistics technology upon hitting the heroic age, so his Toxotes will be able to kill off those villagers easily as they run away. A huge amount of Toxotes are queued up now as well. Does Soup have any upgrades for them? Answer is not just yet. 38 villagers to 30. Skadi is still on the way, and Pestilence, simply put, can just get dropped down into this position. The Hearser charging in. That's going to be one. No. Almost one. The Hearser coming through again. Picks off another one. You almost just have to sacrifice HP here. There's no sense in even pulling back. Just sacrifice HP, take out the Hearser and live the dream where that's concerned. Of course, the units or villagers getting pulled back in as now the Toxotes are on top of those these cycles. The villagers coming in as well as the Toxotes need to be targeting down Hearser, trying to do his best job there as the raiding cavalry trying to come through and deal with these as well. Into the main town center here. He does manage to get to the next age, and the frost will come through, but look at the damage that has been done. Hearser pull over to prevent reinforcements from coming through. His 81 favor in the bank for Matador. Soup now going to be getting himself Sunray, Enyo's Bow of Horror, and heavy archers, all in the same archery range, but I don't think he's going to be able to get all three of them off. Maybe he was basically going to Enyo's Bow of Horror a little bit later on, but I think this town center here is going to die as well, though the Frost Giant can come through and maybe freeze the high HP Elder Cyclops. The Hearser might be able to pop through here and deal with this as well. We'll see how it's going to go. Goaty getting in onto this position. One Cyclops has been taken down. The Hearser coming to take down the other one as all the raiding cavalry are through, but the Manticore is playing keepsy away as these Toxotes sitting over here not able to really do a whole lot. Villagers are actually going to come through in an attempt to actually take out the wall. No! A fortress coming down, because why not? He's got Toxotes in a pretty safe position behind this wall. The Toxotes do so much damage here as Matador tries to charge. He just doesn't have that many units. You might be like, raiding cavalry. Cavalry beat archer, right? Not if the archers have got 3x the amount of military resource value that you do. That's not how it works. Another Cyclops is coming in, but the watchtowers, they're getting a lot of damage done here as Soup's attack has been sort of shut down a little bit. That being said, Fortress up, a potential secondary more heroes going to come in, but a potential secondary Sentinels could be utilized. But the big important thing for Soup is he secures a second gold mine nicely, and he can now look to take out that main town center of Matador. As Matador's town center falls, it's now 38 villagers for our Thor to 40 villagers for our Hades player here. So more military, number one, check for who's winning in this game. More military. Second check, more villagers. Third check, more population. Everything is pointing to Soup having a fantastic edge here. The only thing I want to see from Soup here is for him to just keep that macro up. Keep spending resources, keep his villagers active, grabbing resources, keep getting himself more Cyclops in, more Manticore in, whatever he needs to spend, just spend it. Another great haul going down. The watchtower will end up falling. The rest of Matador's base will fall too, as Matador, well, he should wait for as long as he possibly can before he tries to take this fight. There's, like, when you look at the actual army, there's 22 Toxotes here, 11 Jarls, 3 raiding cavalry. Not going to be easy. A temple coming up in the middle as well, with Temple of Healing, Oracle as well coming through. I really like this temple, but a lot of this army is actually looking a little bit weaker than you might think because of the Metropolis in it. Matador says, I don't need to take the fight just yet. Let's pull back. Random Achilles getting very, very spicy with it. He's like, I can take on the world here. Nope, he dies. Happy days. Yeah, Soup just needs like a handful of hoplites here. He's got so much gold and wood in the bank. So the important thing was for him to keep his macro up. If he keeps this in front, he's never going to really be able to get engaged on. The only real problem for Soup is if he doesn't keep his macro. Another building going down as Soup desperately trying to keep his Metropolis alive. And now the Jarls are in, trying to charge forward. You do have the Goaty there, ready to take out one Cyclops. Going to be going after the next Cyclops as well. Is there enough stuff here for Matador? It is not looking like that's the case. The Jarls stay alive for a really long time here. They're getting some good damage off. We've got some military academies coming down as well, but Matador fought with his pants down in this game. And Soup gets the dub. Just did not read the strategy here from the Matador point of view. I told you what needed to happen. I told you he could have clicked Frost again, but that wouldn't have done a huge amount. I told you what he needed to do. He should not have gone to the Heroic Age. He should have stayed in the Classical Age, got Seshrumnir, spammed out nothing but Hersa and Valkyrie, and he would have been fine. He would have probably lost a town center, probably lost some villages, but he would have been fine. He wouldn't have had any issues defending his main base. Game would have continued on, and it probably would have been advantage Matador after the dust settled. But he went for the Heroic Age. He got the Frost in. Didn't really help him out. He did get a really nice idea with cutting off the reinforcements. But he just didn't have enough stuff to actually take out the ball of units that Soup had. And Soup there manages to keep himself alive in the Satfat's set Shenanigans. How did Hersa beat Toxotes? So the Hersa beat the Toxotes in the same way that any melee unit beats the Toxotes, in that if there's no frontline for them, they don't have that much HP, they don't have that much armor, they die quickly. So the Toxotes will win any sort of fight when they have a frontline, which is what the Cyclops do, right? But Hersa and Valkyrie, so the Valkyrie not only kill off the Toxotes, but they're also frontline for the Hersa so that the Toxotes can't just auto-target them unless they're going to point and click, and then you can charge and you can kill them all off. So, yes, it's a mix of both of those things, especially with Seshrumnir. Anyways. The other thing is, if there's no Cyclops, then there's no dead buildings, so you can defend with towers and things like that. Let's jump back into the draft, and we'll see what's going to happen for game number 6. There is still that very, very terrifying Huitzilopochtli sitting in the back there for Matador. I wonder if he's going to save that for the last game or what. He's picking Ghost Lake. And it will be Zeus versus Fushi. So it looks like the Huitzilopochtli has been saved. That very, very last game on Elysium. And it's going to be a Zeus versus Fushi game on Ghost Lake. Finally, China. Everyone's been missing the China, have they? Exciting times. All right, let's see how these guys are going. And we have our game in approximately 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Also, huge shout out to everyone coming out on the Sunday to support the old streameroonie. Shout out to Uros over at the Wolf Studios for all of the production. Shout out to Motaba behind the scenes helping out with admin. And of course, shout out to Satfat himself putting up the prize pool for this Shenanigans. Sumerian says, Boit, I think that Microsoft is cooking for DLC for AOM. They're too quiet, and them supporting your tournament is a good sign. Look, I have... let's just say this. If I had any information, I would not be able to tell you. So, and I doubt they would tell me either. Normally I find out things about a day or two before they happen. That's normally the insider information that I get. But yeah. So I'm excited if there would be another DLC. That'd be cool. I would be excited for it, and I would go for it, and all the other good stuff. But I have no idea. Why is the Scorpion Man Hawaiian? What do you mean? He's just got sunglasses on, bro. It's literally just sunglasses. There's going to be a lot of Microsoft eyes on the Athens event. We all need to show up and get our grandmas and pets to watch as well. Yeah, I think so. I think if we want the competitive scene of Age of Mythology to be a success, we all just band together and just watch the event, right? That's what I'm going for. I'm going to be watching the event. I'm very excited. It starts. We got the qualifier. It's locked in. I'm going to start. The sign-up's actually open tomorrow. Going to start advertising basically everywhere. So in the ways that you guys can help make this event be a massive success is from getting behind any sort of adverts that I put out. So any sort of image you see laying around on Reddit, give it an upvote, give it a comment. Anytime you can share it to any sort of the places that you guys are in, do that. If I put a post on YouTube or a short on YouTube about the event, don't ignore it. Give it a watch. Upvote it. Allow the algorithm to take it to other places. Those are the sort of things that you guys can do to help make the event a success at this point, because the event is already a success in terms of the fact that we can run it how I want to run it. You've already dipped into your pockets. So I'm already super excited, but I want it to be like, I want it to be ridiculous if it's possible to be as ridiculous as it can. And then we just keep growing from there. I'm just going to say it. I was having some talks with Hong Kong esports gaming thing. I've had some chats with some other people from, I think from Belarus or something. I've been having a lot of talks about other potential events for Age Mythology in the future. So there's definitely some stuff potentially in the works. I don't really know if anything's going to come to it, but come from it. But the fact is, there's definitely some eyes on this game at the moment because of what's going on. Alrighty, so time for the Fat Sat Shenanigans. Game number 6. Can Soup force Matador to have to play the Huitzilopochtli? I think Zeus is very, very good into Fushi, but this is definitely a playable matchup for Fushi. Fushi's going to enjoy this matchup quite a bit. Zeus is going to enjoy this matchup quite a bit. This can go any which way. There's some really cool ideas for Fushi actually, which I really am interested in seeing if Soup's going to try and go down that line. It's very, very different. Whether or not he's thought about it, tried it, I don't know. I'll talk to you about it in the game. Let's jump in onto the map, Ghost Lake, and see what these guys can cook up for game number 6. Alrighty, off to the races. In the right-hand corner of the map playing as Zeus, it is Matador. And in the left-hand corner of the map playing as Fushi, it is Husk Super. Alright, let's break down maybe some new ideas for Fushi. So this is similar to what Shenanigans can do as well. Both gods can do this in a sort of similar way. So Fushi can go for a fast second town center, classical fight idea into a heroic age timing through New Bar now. This is something that I haven't really seen many people trying. I think it's probably pretty strong, but yeah, I haven't seen anyone really giving it a go, so I can't really give a full assessment of whether it's competitively viable at the moment or not. But it has been buffed, so there's definitely something to try inside of that. Obviously, the other angle, which is a little bit more solid in the one town center sort of line here, where Fushi can't really get that second town center versus a Zeus without expending potentially a Vanish or something to get that town center up. Might have to play for some sort of classical fight with Halberdier, Fire Archer, Javelin, and maybe mixing in some Dao as well. Be a little bit tricky to find things that work here, to be honest, for the Fushi. Of course, now the Zeus player, plenty of different options here, from going for Hippias Toxotes, which is always nice. You can also make hoplites and start running around the map with those hoplites at 4.9 speed. Can be very difficult to actually completely prevent damage from getting taken where that's concerned, because you have to be able to not only defend your villages but also defend your buildings, defend your town centers and stuff. So if you get out of position with the slow Chinese army, those Zeus hoplites can do a lot of damage. As the Athena will be coming through, Jason is out to grab some relics. However, the Supinator has managed to get himself the Chariot of Sibel really, really early on here. Very, very nice for Soup. He needs this. This is a big, big help in this matchup early on, because generally you actually are going to have some troubles versus Fast Advance. Fast Advance Jason, Heracles, Shenanigans. But in this situation with the Chariots of Sibel, now you got some units here to actually throw into the meat grinder and play some defense with. As the Jason comes through, and will then say, oh, I'm scared of lions, let me run away. And he actually will have to think about doing something else. This completely changes the dynamic of the early game here. Up to the top, there is a relic, Gugnir Odin Spear as well. That's nice there for Matador as he hits the classical age. He's deciding to run as the Heracles will come through, and he does drop a stable immediately. Soup, on the other hand, has simply just done a 3 Kwafu opening, a solid advance time. He's going to be getting himself up at Imperial Academy here, as the Chillin is going to be looking for a little something to take out. Of course, this could get bolted. It could also get caught out. I'm surprised to see Gugnir and Spin not getting picked up here from Matador. What did he grab? Did he grab anything? No, he didn't. We do have a relic here from Soup, which is the System of Bast. Soup is a big fan of grabbing all the relics, as the Jason is going to turn around and get a couple of smacks off before saying, no, I can't deal with this just yet. Minotaur sneaking around the backside as the Heracles is going to be coming through, and he will ignore those gold lions for the time being. Going after those pioneers is basically guaranteed damage, as the Jason can turn around and finish this off. Minotaur strolling through the backside of Soup's base, and not really a whole lot that's going to be able to get done there, as low HP villager. And there we go. First blood is dealt. And this is what I'm talking about. Zeus has got a incredibly strong early game versus the even with the gold lions, he still gets a village pick. Of course, the Jason here also basically taken out on the backside there, bolting that, chilling because he can't defend that. But some really nice moves from Matador thus far. He can also charge in here and drop restoration. I don't like the usage of an early restoration here, even if it does keep the Jason alive as the villagers pull back. And Matador will do what he can here to try and hold on. Of course, the Najar is now in, and Najar is a fantastic answer actually versus these units. You can't really fight Najar. Najar is going to counter the Heracles and well, not counter both Jason and Heracles, but at least counter one of them. As now Matador will need to start actually building some other units. However, the Najar gets pulled back. The game will continue along. Onto the backside. Minotaur is going to get taken out, as Matador has played a little bit too much around on the backside there, and sad Minotaur, but dead Minotaur. Town Center now on the front for Matador here as well. A little bit interesting. He's forced out for Soup quite a few units, but the units he's forced out are going to be an answer to what Matador's forced out. So him dropping this Town Center here is literally just going to be giving Soup plenty of ability to just get himself up the Town Center. There's not really a good option here for Matador to use these Hippias with, apart from just trying to hit a raid in the main base. But even if he does that, he can get caught in onto this position with some good building placement. This could be really bad for Matador. He picks off one villager, does lose one Hippias for it. That's a trade most people will take. Another villager going down. As he get out of here, I think he will get... Oh, no, that's going to be another dead Hippias. So, 2 villager killed for 2 Hippias. I mean, I guess he doesn't need to build another Hippias. He doesn't even need them for the army. So, if he's just sacrificing 1 for 1, and he manages to kill 5 villagers with all 5 of these Hippias, it's not going to be bad. Does manage to pick off the Golden Lion as well. And Matador will pull back. Town centers for both players are up, and Soup going to be going onto this wood line. He can also eat the caribou here as well. As Jason ends up falling over here, and those Hippias are just going to be making their way up to the top side. So after the early game is finished, stock take of equal villages, but a military advantage for Soup here. House coming through for Soup as well. Matador, a little bit out of sorts on the economy, but I think he's just looking for a heroic age at the moment as the walls are going to come down. You have the Kwafu over here. Nice damage actually from Matador to get in here with that Heracles and catch the Kwafu out. He's not going to be able to kill this, but just denying this and denying some idle time is nice. The wall will come back up onto the top side. Halberd is just chasing away the Hippias for the time being, as now some Toxotes will come through.
Έτοιμοι.
Λέγε.
And this Heracles is causing some real problems over here. Soup needs to be a little... I would wish he would just get the buildings placed to not maximize favor and just lock this position off. Like, machine workshop, and a wall would feel so much better than anything else. But nonetheless, up onto the top side, the villagers here for Matador getting pushed off, as Matador has already clicked up to the heroic age through Apollo. One villager ends up going down. So nice little revenge fire for the time being, but timing-wise, definitely in Matador's hands here. He's got the advantage. Apollo to come through, and we'll see how he's going to go here. Soup looking to potentially get over and hit this gold mine, but the wall is up, so he can move down here. So it's not that big of a deal. If the army swings around onto this side, there should be no problems here, as Soup does see opportunities to get another vill pick, as the flames now engulfing this villager. Can he get away? I think he does. He's fine. Matador going to be looking yet again to make something happen here. He's got next to dead Hippias. Both of them do die. Great awareness from Soup. Great shankages. As there goes the heroic age from our main man Matador. Over onto this side, potentially looking for a fortress of sorts. It's going to be Gormang for Soup here. Matador getting bullied a little bit at the moment from all of these weaknesses in his position. Does have some units out though, so he can at least look to pressure back. Gets his Manticore in too. And he sacrifices the Golden Lion. That was the final Golden Lion, so he will get another one back out after a minute as all of the Sky Lanterns get sent. Why is Matador our main man? Both of them are my main man. They're both my main man because they're playing, and you guys are in Twitch chat not playing. So you guys aren't my main men. These are my two main men. Matador charges forward. Soup with a whole bunch of fire archers. Not really having a whole lot of reason to have those out unless he's planning to go directly into cavalry units, which might be his actual plan here. But then what do you do if you're on the side of Matador? As the Manticore gets taken out. Onto this side, Petropolis going to be able to deny the ballet for just a little bit. That's got to feel very, very good there as the Taowu charges over to try and deal with this Petropolis. Peltast's trying to deal with something over here. If they can take out those fire archers really, really nicely, but he just doesn't have a whole lot of units here. He looks like he's trying to get a heroic or a mythic age off behind all of this, which is a little bit on the greedy side. But he does manage to min defend this. A couple of hoplites are queued up as another ballet has been denied. That's a second ballet here. Is Soup going to go and put one back here? He needs to get some sort of cavalry units out to deal with these archers. Sure, he's got javeliniers, which is nice, but that's not really going to be enough, right? Or maybe it is. On the other side, Soup's got himself 3,500 gold left over here, so he was trying to secure this position. Nice damage from those Peltas. There's no ballistics. Oh, there is ballistics actually in from Soup as well already. That's kind of a wild investment, considering you don't really need ballistics versus archers. You mostly want ballistics versus the melee units. Unless there's shoot and scoot going on. If this was like horse archers, then ballistics is very, very important, but... Temple on the front coming through for Matador. Heavy archers coming through as well. There still isn't a ballet up for Soup. What is he doing? How could he not have a ballet here? Gold mine getting... That's so many Petropolis. How many Petropoli do you want? How many? This is 5. 5 Petropoli. That's unheard of. This town center is going to go down. Wait, no, he's got this. He's got this. Use the thing. Okay. Ballet has finally come up somewhere here for Soup. Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to call this game at the moment. Matador is pulling this back with his Petropoli. Soup is pushing back over here for the time being. Like, the Najar should just pull off here and just deal with this, no? The Najar will end up going down. Peltas beating the Najar is exactly the interaction that I was hoping for. Up onto the top side, the Tusker boss does see this villager. Sees this gold mine getting grabbed. A third town center coming up with 1 villager from Matador. He's like, I want the third town center, but I don't want to pay full price for it. Let's get the discount. We'll take the long road with only one. Never mind. He's spending more villagers over here. Never mind. Now, you don't want to drop restoration until you have full population. That's the general rule. It's sort of like prosperity. You don't want to drop prosperity until you've got 500 villagers on gold. That's the rule, right? If you can manage to get to full pop and then click restoration and take a good fight, that's a better value than anything else you can do. Is Matador now going to grab himself watchtowers? Farms coming up all over the place. Town center will be finishing. There's some hunt over here that Matador can grab as well, which is going to be nice. He does have a handful of hoplites in to defend versus these White Horse cavalry. But after all of the chaos of that mid game, I still don't know exactly who's in front here. Soup. And he's got this top position here. I would love to see something like, I don't know, a couple Minotaur getting built and grabbing this tech. Like some sort of a raid to come up and attack this. Right now would be really, really smart. Really, really cool. But I don't think that's going to be happening. A little bit of focus on the old Archer Shenanigans here as the White Horse Cavalry coming back in. Matador turns. Gets some damage done onto those low HP units. So many Javelineers in for Soup at the moment to try and deal with the Archibald that Matador is trying to build. But to some degree, all you really need here is hoplites. That being said, Soup now going up to the Mythic Age. He is going through Gong Gong, and he will be able to start making himself some Tiger Cavalry. Wall's coming over onto this side for Matador. He wants to move in and grab this gold mine potentially. The town center is back up for Soup as well. Onto the top, Ballet's coming up. There's 4 gold mines at the top of this map, and Soup is going to have access to all of them. Of course, Matador gets access to this one, but Soup's already mined out over half of that gold mine, so that's advantage where that's concerned. As the Petropoli come through, we'll be trying to take this out. Vanish coming in from Soup as he says, hey, I can potentially make something happen here. He charges forward with that Vanish on top of the Petropoli. Picks off 1, picks off 2. And Matador needs to pull all the way back home. Yet again, he's going up through Hephaestus. He is behind on the Hephaestus. So much wood in the bank. Oftentimes this happens when I'm playing as Zeus as well, or Greek in general. Basically, you just have to start pulling villagers off of this. Granary, farm, and also build some buildings before you even do that is fine. As Matador does have 8 military academies, does have 6 archery ranges. I think he might even be building those. Yeah, he is building those military academies in his main base. So Light Horse Cavalry going to come through, get a little bit of damage done as the villagers will have to start thinking about how they're going to defend themselves. Switching along now out. And this game can literally turn on a dime here with Matador getting himself up to full iron. If we take a quick look at what Soup's got, he's almost at full bronze. Matador, on the other hand, is missing that full bronze. As there goes the Great Flood.
Πρόσταγμα.
And Matador will drop Restoration down, keeps all of his units alive. I'd love to see him just run out the top. Does not need to sit here and take this fight. Just literally run. He moves at the same speed as those units, so he is fine to get out of here, keep his units in one piece. But that was a lot of damage onto the Matador army. As Matador basically needs to survive here for the next 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and he should be okay. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen. Soup very smartly says, let's get into those ice carts and we start pushing. Because Matador is playing a delay game here without question. Still great micro from Matador to maximize the value out of very minimal forces here. And Soup will now start his Tiger Cav training ways. He does need a lot of food villages. Of which he does have a lot of food villages. He has 44 villages on food at the moment. The farms aren't fully set up, but he's got 44 villages on food, so he can spam those Tiger Cav. As now Matador gets himself villagers over here, going to be probably needing to bail on this spot. Matador now has himself his upgrade, his Forge of Olympus upgrade. His town center will end up falling, and Soup is running away with this game right now. Up onto the top side, siege crossbow coming through. Actually, if Matador can shift this fight to some degree away from this spot in order to potentially get the town center back, he might be okay. He might be able to fight this one back. But fire archers popping out as well. Matador, you're dropping some hoplites, all the other good stuff. We do have some iron shields coming through. Bowsaw also on the way, but bronze weapons coming through as these hoplites all end up dying, and Matador in that moment cannot manage to keep himself alive for that two-ish minutes. And he does decide to throw in the towel in that moment. No gold really remaining, no gold income. He's lost this gold mine. This one's not got much left, and he's going to get pushed off it. A nicely well-played game from Soup outside of the crisis that was going on in that heroic age. Not exactly sure what Matador's plan was here. I feel like he had everything going for himself to just sit in the heroic age. He had the 5 Petropolis out. He killed the town center. He just didn't want to build any hoplites. If he just built and spent resources, stayed in the heroic age after all of the amazing damage he was doing, he would have caught Soup in a very, very difficult position going to the mythic age. He probably would have lost all of this, might have even lost the main base. Those siege weapons just don't care if they're about an enemy army, if there's actually units there to defend them. But for some reason, he felt comfortable taking the foot off the gas, trying to get to his own heroic age, mythic age, and dropping a 3rd town center behind it. There's just a lot of spend there. Maybe if it stayed 2 TC and went mythic age, it might have been a nice game for him, but doesn't find the dub, and we get a game 7. Living the dream. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to happen. Boom. Oh, these guys need to flip a Rooney. We've got one last game here, and it's going to be Elysium, and it's going to be a Huitzilopochtli versus Odin. I could be wrong, but I mean, okay. All right. Fair enough. We've got, you wouldn't want to pick a weak god like Isis versus Huitzilopochtli here. Makes perfect sense from the Supinator on Elysium. Sam the Bold, thank you, my friend. I was about to say, why is he picking Odin? But we'll see how it's all going to go as we're going to jump into the final game on Elysium. Let's check it out. And here we go. This tournament has been delivering game 7 matches non-stop, and this matchup is no different. In the right side of the map, everyone's favorite god to hate in June of 2026. It's Huitzilopochtli for Matador. Soup on the left-hand corner of the map is on his tried and true Odin, and he is going to be attempting to finish this game in record time. He says, I'm advancing fast. I'm going to come kill you. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And you know that I'm doing this because this is the only strategy that I do with this god. That's what literally, Super's literally said that to Matador in the pre-game chat. Actually, I don't think they said anything, but that's what's happening. Actually, Matador's not even going for a crazy... No, he's not going for a crazy rush. He has unironically dropped the Kalpuli lumber outpost over here, and he didn't share it. House coming down in a very, very safe place for Matador. This is a very spicy build. Temple up for Soup. Over onto here. Is he going for early Hersa? What's the gameplay? Is he rushing or is he going for early Hersa? Is he going for early Valkyrie? What's the game plan? Either Soup is advancing at 3 minutes or he's advancing at 6 minutes. It's going to be the 3-minute variant as he does decide to go for Freya. I like this Freya because you can burn this in that tower, that Kalpuli outpost, and he loses some resources there. He has to rebuild it over here or over here or over here, and then he has to swap it over. Pretty sure you don't lose it to the forest fire, but still. It's the Kalpuli. Well, it's definitely greed on the fact that he's got all three. Matador has said, I do not care about your rush. I am going as... I'm going as far away from the rush as I possibly can. I am going to go for full greed. Literally full greed here. All right, here's the play. Here's the play. Kimichin Spy sits here, sees the Valk pop out, blood pack the Valk to kill it. As there goes the forest fire, and the villagers for our main man Matador onto this hunt. As Matador is seemingly very confused that Soup has advanced as fast as he has advanced. Oh, House coming up as well to defend this position for the time being. And the advance time is coming through, and it will be Cattle. So no Malina, which is very, very, very good versus Norse. Malina is my pick versus Norse 9 times out of 10. There's the House coming up over here. Warrior Priest in. And for those of you who don't know, the Warrior Priest is, I think, the unit with the highest base damage. Oh my... I have never seen a Valkyrie dying to a player. I have never seen a Valkyrie dying to a player that's still in the Archaic Age. Literally never. Even if he picks off a villager, this is like advantage up the wazoo for Matador. How he killed a Valkyrie while he's still in the archaic age. Holy sacrifice from Matador, though! Oh, I can't do anything but laugh at that. That is so Aztec. He has to go for buddies now. He has to go for buddies. It's 16 villages to 13, but Matador's got 62 favor in the bank. Oh no. That's so funny. He can get the upgrades, obviously. Triple blood pact angle. Yeah, you can go double blood pact very easily. How long does this last? 3 minutes. Run in, blood pact. Oh, he's going to do it with the Sensen the rabbit. I keep on trying to say this word. It's never going to happen. Oh. He's just going to give favor over? To be honest, if you blood pack the Sensen, it's probably not a good idea because all the Ursa just kill it off. Why don't we? I want to see the face. I want to see the face cam on that. That's so funny. One warrior priest coming in. We've got this one coming in. Blood pact to come through. All the villagers will get into the tower. Though there will be a villager here that. Oh, never mind. Nice dukages from the superstar. Just turn and kill this. Don't. Yeah. No. Just kill it. Don't run from. Seriously, just kill it. Just kill it. Serious. Okay, so he lost a villager instead of just killing it. He would have taken, I don't know, 1 attack, maybe, on all these units that have all got healing. I can't. My brain can't versus this god. Please just kill it. Watch. Yes. Just attack it. Go. Kill. Jesus, it's fast. Yep, a little bit of snaring. Now it's not so fast. There you go. There you go. It's dead now. And give it all that. Look at that juicy favor coming in. Beautiful. Well, yeah, at least he's trying. He's not just garrisoning. Fantastic. All right. Back to the races now. As more Tajipla. Okay, instead of building the bunny rabbits, he is literally just going to continue to spam Tajipla heroes in. Attack. Attack. Yep. A little bit of snarage. That's fine. Oh dear, what am I watching? Okay, up onto the top. Villagers going to be pulling back. And here, villagers dive into the tower. Zipla down. I mean, after all is said and done, though, the soup is in front. This is like you might look at this situation and be like, look at all of that idle time. The soup's got more military. Well, he had more military. He's got more resources in the bank. He's now in some trouble because he does need to actually fight these Tequila archers. Oh no. Tajipla on top of villagers. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. The soup coming up onto the top side here. Taking a bit of a fight. It's that. Well, why is that Tajipla running away? Going straight onto that back line, taking out the archers there beautifully. And Matador will lose a lot of units for all of this idle time that he's caused, but it's still idle. He's back at it. Another Tajipla. Why stop? If it's been working thus far, just continue. As the village is back to work. And Soup will sacrifice 1 unit in order to actually take out the Tajipla. You got a whole bunch of damage off, but these guys will heal it back off. Meanwhile, Armory coming through for Matador now. Matador feeling like maybe he's done the dash, done the damage. He can start thinking about getting to the heroic age. Soup's been dealing with this really, really nicely thus far. Really, really nicely. That being said, the pain is only just beginning, as its Papalotl is now queued up and that will be the obsidian butterfly. The only way to really stop the obsidian butterfly is to get yourself in a full wall off. That unit is very, very strong still. It's been nerfed. No longer one-hits villagers once it gets the upgrade, but it will be able to use its special and then auto-attack and kill the villagers. As Matador does get a little bit of a knock on his door, but he is there to answer. And Soup says, no worries, I didn't want to sell you any of these delicious cookies anyways. I'll leave. Great Hall coming up onto the side here for the Soupstar. Yeah, there's a lot of favor in the bank for Soup. I wouldn't mind seeing him going into Valkyries and using those to try and get into this base. But Matador is going for a full wall off, which I love. I think this is absolutely what he needs to do. But great find here from Soup. He'll pick the villager, stop the wall from getting up, charging around onto the side with the Berserk raids. There is a Calpulli over here. But this is open. Be careful though, because there's the Heroic Age. It will be an immediate... what's it called? Something wings? Obsidian wings? Wings of its Papillotl. That's the tech you want to grab straight away. And then you can look to go in. And we do see an immediate reaction of walls everywhere from Soup. It's just needed. If you want to win, you need those. But on the other side, Matador says, I have this unit I want to introduce you to. It's a unit that's got 19 range, 105 HP, has regeneration rate when you've got the Patacatl upgrade. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage at only 6.7 PS damage per second, but once you get enough of them, it doesn't really matter. They will be able to kill off those berserks very, very easily. As these units in the middle of the map do get caught out, Soup looking for just a little bit more. Okay, here's the great ghost building there from Soup. Here's the angle. Here's the angle for Soup. And I think it would be... Is that a butterfly? That is absolutely a butterfly. Comes in. Special. Oh, doesn't have that special available. Yes, it does. There it goes. Gets a little bit of damage off. One down. Only one villager down there, as the wall will be able to be finished off. Obsidian Butterfly now in. Of course, Valkyrie would not be a bad idea to just have something here that chase these down. There's the Berserks over here. This army has been dealt with as Soup loses all of those units while getting distracted. There's that Obsidian Napping tech for the Coyote Warriors, the Ocelot Warriors, and Eagle Warriors to get some bonus damage. A couple of Valkyrie will come through, and Skadi on the way. I was about to say, the angle for Soup here is Njord. He's got plenty of food on the map. The Mountain Giants, the Jotuns, with a healthy amount of follow-up presence. Should be able to get something happening here, but of course, Matador is now in his element with his Eagle Warriors, and he is ready to basically show Soup the family business, the family trade. Family trade of Matador, which is anything that's got 4.5 speed and above and any amount of range, that's the unit he likes. That's the unit he's been trained with. Bill's going down. Soup trying to get himself out. The raiding cavalry's got one great haul here. Here's a pop quiz for you guys. How many raiding cavalry do you think will be needed to take out 18 Eagle Warriors? Oh, wait. Come on, guys. Let me know in the chat. How many raiding cavalry? If they're in this exact position right here, where they are right now. 25? That's actually probably pretty accurate. Honey Nuts is probably on the money there. I was expecting you guys to say something like 10. 25 is probably right. In this spot, 25 with medium upgrades. Probably right. As this Frost Giant pops out. Soup here, coming around onto the back. Trying to pick off some of those Ocelot Warriors. Should really be staying far away from those Eagle Warriors here. As the Eagle Warrior, it's just so many. Purge gets dropped down as Soup. Does he react it? Well, that was a slow reaction. He gets out. That was a slow reaction. How many raiding cavalry to beat 18 Eagles and 1 spear? Probably 25. All right. Soup now off into the middle. Be able to take out one Eagle Warrior. Really does not need to charge into here. He takes so much damage there. Charging forward as the Warrior Priests are over here as well. We do have the army up onto this top side as Soup will drop a hill fort. Does he have the upgrades? No. Frost gets dropped down onto all those villages. I like that Frost there. Look at that damage. It's gonna be, not 41. It's going to be 15 villages idle for 40 seconds plus. That's not bad. At least that is some damage for Soup. More Frost Giants coming through for Soup as well. I like that he's adding these in. It is a must add-in unit for sure. Of course, they will go down relatively quickly here at 1 HP. Does end up dying there, but put out in the middle of the map versus those brutal Eagle Warriors.
The heat stock.
Do you have any other upgrades? It's just an extra 15% damage. It's so much damage for these bad boys, as Soup can just sit behind this fort and try and get himself out enough units here to beat these Eagle Warriors. The Eagle Warriors, wow, they don't care. They're just like, hill fort, who cares? Soup moving down to the bottom side, struggling to get these units out. He's really, really struggling to get these units out. Whereas on the other side, you just see Matador. He's got 0 resources in the bank. He's just happily spamming nothing but Eagle Warriors. There's 3 great hauls. I wouldn't mind seeing him just get Levy if he can't really manage, and then just literally just, normally I say don't do this, but literally just shift W, shift W, shift W. Just get all the resources spent here to get himself those raiding cavalry out. Does catch out an Obsidian Butterfly here. That's got to feel good as the Dwarves will make their way around onto this side. Soup hiding in the top corner there as well. It's a dangerous position for Matador to be standing. Soup, without question here, can win this fight, especially now that his resources are spent. He's got 15 raiding cavalry. Still doesn't have enough. Still doesn't have enough not to beat this amount of Eagle Warriors, but he does have some extra help in this army as well, in the shape of those Huskar. Soup's villagers do get spotted here. Don't know how he lost track of those units there, but he did, as the villagers will pop into the hill fort. Heavy raiding cavalry is now in. Does Soup have enough stuff here is the big question. Charges in from this top side, charging it over onto the other side here. Valkyrie onto the back. Does he have enough? The Eagle Warriors get the kiting happening. They're very much out of position. This is the fight that Soup needs to take. Good control from Soup. Gets in onto the back line there beautifully. Huge amounts of damage to come through. That's some now more reinforcements coming in. We've also got the Tajipla on the way. Fighting underneath the hill fort. Can't be ideal. As immediately the Tajipla does get focused down. I love that decision from Soup. Still charging after those Eagle Warriors as well. This is looking perfectly fine for the Supinator here. He does not need to chase after this though. He feels like he's winning the fight, but this is where Matador can actually get a lot of really good kills. The short one with the stun coming in there as well. And he does realize that he's losing the fight, but a little too late there. As a little bit of return fire in onto that one does come through. Sean one has chaos. No, it has a stun. He has an AoE stun. A very, very strong unit. Of course, Soup probably could actually go into some more Valkyrie here. Probably would be the best unit for him to be building. He's got 115 favor. Potentially he could imagine Forest Fire a little bit. Catch out the Eagle Warriors on a wood line or something like that. the villagers will pull off of this side, trying to get back over to here. The Discipler gets converted in while this is all going on. And we do have a large amount of Huskal here. Soup just really likes fighting. Oh god, the Sean one. We don't beat Sean one. Yeah, this is where Norse loses. Sean one plus Eagle Warrior is difficult. As the Tijipla charging after these villagers as well. Brutal raid from Matador. Charges through the villager numbers. Oh no, the villager numbers falling down 36 to 57 here. And I think that might there be the game. And Soup will tap out as Matador. He's not going to feel good about it, but he does walk away with a Game 7 victory for his Satfat's Set Shenanigans game. Well played game from Matador. I feel like, I mean, the way here from that I see for Norse to play this, I don't know how well it works for the Odin, but Norse wants to play really, really slowly with walls and hill forts everywhere. So, for example, this position here should have been walled off. And you wall off here. Then you walk forward and you drop another hill fort. Now you're looking for more walls. And now we get up the settlement. And you just keep on slowly taking the map. It's kind of the only real way to break past when the Sean ones come in. Because these things are insanely strong. Nice try from Soup. He did make it a competitive game here. Huitzilopochtli has been known to take wins very, very frequently at 5 to 6 minutes. So a 20-minute game. Got to feel like he put his best foot forward with a god that I personally don't rate very highly. And he did make a game of it. He made a series of it. Very nice try from Soup. We have another game coming for you guys very, very shortly with Kavoth and Divine waiting in the wings. So we'll see you guys in that one. For everyone else who's hanging out right now, I got a little something for you guys to have a watch of. And I'll see you in the next one. Well, there you have it. Everyone who's excited about the Satfat's Set Shenanigans, we've got a crazy amount of games coming for you next weekend and the weekend afterwards. So, yes, there you go. Let me just see where these guys are up to. Looks like Kavoth has got their drafts done nice and early for us, so they should be good to start. Let me just have a quick look and see what's going on. Good luck. Have fun. So they will be off to the races here. I will jump over to the draft and we'll show off exactly what's going on. Well, there you have it. We got Divine, we got Kavoth, and the first match. All right, we got some gods here. Divine did pick Demeter, best god in the game. Well, A tier god, Poseidon. All right, so we're going to see Set versus Poseidon. And that's our first game for Step. Just realized it's 2-3 a.m. It's 12:47 in the a.m. It's pretty late, but it's okay. I'm going to have a short break while these guys get set up. I think. Let me just see. Just need to get some food into me. A little bit like I'm fading away to nothing. So enjoy the drafts. Discuss the draft in the chat. I'll be back in, let's just call it 5 minutes. I'll probably be back before then, but these guys are going to be starting around about now with their first game. They haven't quite yet started. Oh no, did I just break it? I did, didn't I? No! I hate this. Gavoth's bicep bigger than his neck. It is, isn't it? How did he manage to do that? Does he lift a lot, Ragnaroks? Is that a lifter? I haven't started yet. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Wow. Kavoth is literally not holding anything back here versus Divine. He's just gone, oh, okay, you banned Huitzilopochtli, banned Oranos. What didn't you ban? Well, you didn't ban Tezcatlipoca, you didn't ban Quetzalcoatl, you didn't ban Susanoo. Let me just take all 3 of those. Meanwhile, Divine feels like he's out drafting Kavoth by taking away his Atlanteans, but I need to put some Adidas tracksuits on and do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta shave it? Why? You don't like it? I feel like I pull it off. I don't know why. I think it suits me. You guys don't like it? What does the beanie say? Did you get it? Dude, Eros, are you even watching? I literally already played it. Literally 5 seconds ago. I'm at work, sorry. All right, let's get into this first game here between Kavoth and Divine. So the map Step, it is a Set versus Poseidon game. Let's check it out. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Satfat Set Shenanigans. Second round of the final weekend. So for those of you wondering exactly what is this tournament? Why are we so cool? Why are we so hype about it? What's happening with it? Well, it's the first time in Age of Mythology history that a tournament has created its own public-private ladder. In order to get access to said ladder, you must get to the rating of 1900 and above. And then in order to qualify for the tournament, you must play games on said ladder and beat players on said ladder in order to get into this sort of situation. So what we've seen from this is lots of people playing on the ladder, lots of people exchanging games, lots of fun, lots of extravagance, and lots of excitement. It's been unequivocally a massive success and something that we will indeed run again in the future with different rules and fun and frivolity. This is an awesome thing for the community. And I will, without question, be putting this idea forward to the fine folks over at World's Edge for an official sponsored tournament, because this is one of the best I think we've had, and definitely something that we can run for a long time. Nonetheless, hey, we should give the shout out Satfat for hosting the old prize pool, Uros for making production at Wolf Studios, and Motaba doing the admin behind the scenes. Without them, nothing would have happened. I'm just here enjoying the castaroonies in the Gimini games. Very rare for me to actually be able to do this, and it's very, very nice, I have to say. So, let's check this whole shenanigans out. Over here we have the Hermes coming through for Divine. And for Kavoth. He is not advancing yet. He's about to go up through most likely Anubis. But Dar is also an angle here. I like Dar, but what you want to do if you do decide to do the Dar angle is you actually want to garrison the first Wadget in your temple, because you actually can't protect it against the... unless you build a box for it, you can't protect it versus the Atalanta early game. So you actually wait, you hold on to it until you have enough army to actually defend with it, and then you can use it to actually help kill off enemy centaur. Do have some Chatterinos in the old questions in the old Chatterino. Yeah, so Set is the first god that must get picked by Kavoth, and then Set must get picked by Divine in the second game. As Divine... Okay. Divine is doing what Divine does, and I don't think this is going to be something that Kavoth is going to allow him to get away with. I could be wrong. Kavoth is the type of player to say, oh, you're going second town center, let's also go second town center. However, the correct punish in this situation for Kavoth is to basically go heroic age here, no? He's going to drop a barracks, make some spearmen, but I don't even like the spearmen. I feel like you just go heroic age, and then you drop the barracks, and then you wander forward. You put a Migdol here. You put pressure. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. This is going to be weird. Maybe he has to go for a town center. We'll have to wait and see. Little cheeky Anubite coming into the main base of Divine as Kavoth knocks on the door. He's up onto the top, causing problems here. Plague of Serpents gets dropped down. One villager taken out on the backside. These Anubites will pull all the way back. Centaur versus Anubite. Should be a Centaur win there, to be honest, but you have to control it perfectly. Nice little slap over onto this side. Divine's actually saying, I don't even care. Let me just sit here and ignore this. My Centaur can deal with all the serpents. Makes sense. So it will be a pretty low value Plague of Serpents from Kavoth. As Kavoth now making his way across the map, and he's going to grab this town center. Wild. Absolutely wild. So I don't even know what to think with this town center. He prevents this gold mine from getting grabbed, then he can look to prevent this gold mine and potentially this gold mine as well. Kavoth is also having some town center production problems, but he is continuing to look for all the pressure in the world as he chases away the Centaur, but then gets slapped by the Theseus, and that there will probably be a dead Anubite. Nice defense from Divine here. He is looking in fine form for the time being. As Kavoth will grab his town center, finish that up, pull onto this back hunt for the time being. Over here as well, I'd love to see some very early walls getting placed over onto this side. And of course, Divine is now going to start going for his own Centaur as well. We will see Necropolis as a pickup for Kavoth. Another angle that I haven't seen too many set players go for. I'm not sure if it works or not, but a long time ago when I suggested that Centaur are very, very good versus Egyptian, and then everyone else laughed at me saying, ha! You can't build myth units in Age of Mythology. It never works. And now everybody and their mum is doing this. People said things like, you can just build Anubites and Anubites will beat the Centaur. So I would like to see that attempted here from Kavoth if apparently it works. Effectively, you'd go up to 3 monuments, and then you would just spam out Anubites instead of sacrificing them into your opponent's base to die. You just mass them up, and then when the fight comes, you're ready to just jump in and snipe those Centaur. Mozarton, a go-kart. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. And we got the Anubite. We got the Spearman. And for the moment here, we are actually going to be seeing, this is the Anubite angle, it looks like, from Kavoth. So we'll see how it's going to go. He has lost a couple of them already, but yeah, we'll see how it's going to go. 5-speed Anubite versus the 6-point-something speed Centaur once he gets Spirited Charge. But the Anubites do have that jump with Feet of the Jackal, making them have a little bit more jump radius, I think. Jump radius. Yes, a little bit more jump range, +3, as well as all the other stuff. What is the actual range on the jump from? $11, so it goes up to 14 or something. Yeah, goes up to 14, which is in range of the Centaur for sure. I think this goes up to 15 range when it gets to upgraded. But Dionysus is queued up. We do have Lord of Horses, Spirited Charge, Medium Cavalry. Kavoth being very, very cautious up here. Gonna put some walls up onto this side as the Centaur pull around here to try and sneak through here. He does finish the wall for the time being. We'll have to pull away. The Pharaoh can pull up here and say, get off. Or the Guardian Anubites now on the way to try and deal with this, but the Centaur are out of here. But yeah, more walls from Kavoth, and he should be fine here for the time being. Got an Anubite over here getting taken down as the Spearman tries to get that cut off, not able to quite execute there, and the Centaur will get away from here. One Anubite goes down. This is all obviously one of the weaknesses of going for the Anubites is that the Atalanta is faster than them, so you can't really split your Anubites away from the Spearman ball. Of course, once the Spearmen are there, then the heroes have to pull away, and you're all good. As more Centaur are going to be coming through, and we've got such a weird situation here of one player's myth units to counter the other player's myth units. One player's hero is also there to counter the other player's myth units. Then the Spearmen to counter the Hippias, but the Hippias counter the heroes. And the myth units counter. That is a very, very difficult. We'll see how it's all going to go. We got the Serpent Spear coming through. Dionysus is on the way. I don't like Divine making forward movements when heroic ages are on the way. It very rarely makes sense to make a forward movement while you go into the mythic or the heroic age. While you go into the mythic age, generally sitting back, taking it somewhat slow is the way to go. As the Atalanta will force the priest back, and all the micro in the world is going to be needed here from Divine, but Kavoth does say, I'm happy to just take this a little bit slower. Let's pull back and we'll think about where to go to next. Meanwhile, this gold mine getting grabbed from Divine. Please put the wall down. Just one wall, two wall. You don't even need one here, but you can wall this off as well. I gotta beg Divine to build walls because I know that he's gonna start doing it soon.
Λέγε.
As the wooden gate gets knocked down, villagers pulling back. Armory coming up as well. Well, what is this? He's already got an armory. The wall will come back through, and we do have an immediate movement away from the Hippias into the Hypaspist. I like that decision. One of Kavoth's main flaws is that he likes to go for a specific power unit, whether that be like Poseidon Hippias, a Zeus Hoplite, a set Spearman. And then he likes to then tech switch into more of that strong unit, which of course can be very, very difficult to make work, as Divine tries to make a push happen here underneath the town center. Says no, that's not going to work just yet. Does grab the middle gold mine for the time being. There goes a fortress for Divine, as the Anubites will make their way out here. I don't know exactly what Kavoth has spotted with his vision, but he is pulling in here, looking to pick off some villagers. That will be one pick. The Hippolyta in for a pretty large amount of damage. You got to be very careful when close to that hero there. She will make your life very tough, as there goes the Ancestors. Ceasefire is off the table. This fortress will still take quite a long time to build, and it's not going to be finished at the end of the ceasefire. One of the things you kind of want to do when Ancestors is cast is you kind of want to wait for 13 minions to be out, and then click the ceasefire. But in this case, Kavoth says, I'm going to run away. All the minions are going to die here to the heroes and to the army. And Divine has his second gold mine secured. One big dog stronghold coming up over onto this side. Spearmen will make their way down to the bottom. And, no, he is not going for that gold mine. Out of sight, out of mind. Why would he be down there? This doesn't make any sense. He's got a perfectly decent position over here as the Centaur standing ground, as the Spearmen will sneak through. They will great pull back there from Divine, as the villagers will stay alive, get out of there, and the game will continue. Chariot Archers now starting to come through for Kavoth, as the one thing that Divine's got going for him here is he's got counter units up the wazoo, as the bronze does get dropped down. Bronze doesn't do a huge amount here versus the priests. The Hypaspist on top of the priests as well is not what he really wants. This is not a good fight for Divine in the slightest. It does not look like a good fight for Divine in the slightest, but we'll see how it's going to go, as Kavoth picks off another Hydra there. He picks off another Centaur there. He charges in as well. The priest getting pulled back as the front line does end up dying, and I thought it was not a good fight for Divine. on the fact that the Hypaspis weren't killing off the spearmen, but it ends up being an advantage for Divine, and the game will move on. Very, very, very nice play here from Divine, and Kavoth is now in some trouble. There isn't a bronze available for a little while here. If Divine wants to stop building Centaur for a little bit and go for another bronze, he can, but I think he should at least get to 190 pop first before considering that option. We're going to see some more upgrades coming through as well, as Chariot Archer, Spearman as the army composition of choice for Kavoth. Makes sense. Town Center falls. And Kavoth will pull back ever so slightly. Kavoth is up to full population. Oh my, you can't sit in this volley either. You have to run. Kavoth does notice that as the Centaur over here gets chased away. Move on to this side, taking a lot of damage from those priests, but the Hypaspis are cleaning up everything else here. Great control from Divine with the micro as well, as the units charging through. Priests are in to try and take down another Centaur. Great control yet again from Divine, but Kavoth looks like he's actually managed to win that fight. Kavoth has managed to win that fight. He's now into the Chariot Archers. So it might need to be Peltas or Hippias, I guess, on the side of Divine, as Kavoth here will pull back to his top position. We see another Town Center coming up for Kavoth after he wins another Town Center. That there is a crazy decision from Kavoth. But Divine doesn't really have anything in to deal with it for the timing. Look at the macro. 32 villagers on food. That's a crazy amount of food. He's going to income. He's going to be getting himself heavy infantry as well. Villagers here getting caught out as the army from Divine goes, I see villagers, I kill villagers. Let me guarantee kill something. But he does take damage for that as well. So all the villagers will end up falling over here. Town Center will get denied. The army for Divine will try to catch out this small force of units. Storehouse coming up over onto this side. Some more Centaur, got the Dionysia. Bronze shields, shaft mine. This Town Center gets denied as well with the catapult. Metropolis. And Divine is back up to the top here. His army is looking incredibly strong. He's like consistently got 2 Centaur queued up as well in that temple. As the army of Kavoth charges forward here. Picks off 1 Centaur, but where's the rest of the army for Divine? He's up to the top, getting some micro, getting some raids in. Hippias trying to take out those priests here is what he needs to do. Take down the priest, and the Centaur will dominate this fight. There's only a handful remaining here.
Gary.
As Kavoth will have to retreat, and Divine is well and truly in an advantageous position. Town Center yet again attempting to get grabbed here. It's not scouted by Divine either, so he might not notice. So the Petropolite will roll up here. Gonna take out the barracks and all the other good stuff. Chariot Archers charge forward. I mean, they can get a little bit of damage done. It's only 90% pierced armor for the Petropolis, so these guys do actually do a little bit of damage. Kavoth has managed to take this town center. And look at the map control, though, from Kavoth. Gold mine, gold mine, gold mine. Fortress, but Migdol, gold mine, gold mine. This is what Kavoth's plan is. He's trying to secure all of this. However, towns that are going to go down. These villagers over here, they don't have any business being alive. And Kavoth will try to bail, but he's stuck inside the town center for the time being. As now, well, looking for a bit of a counterattack into the center of the map here, but there's double fortress, and Divine will simply just charge into the fortress. There's a couple of villages, but picks off a bunch of villages as well, and this fortress will be up, and Divine can effectively now look to grab this town center or go Mythic Age. He's grabbing himself fortified town centers, watchtowers. I like that he goes fortified town centers here instead of the third town center, because he's already at 100 villages. He doesn't need another town center. And now he's up through Hephaestus, and this is only gonna get more and more challenging for Kavoth. Some more stables coming through as the
Έτοιμος.
army here from Divine really he doesn't even need to take this fight. If he doesn't want to, he does not need to take this fight. But he does have these super strong hippies. He's got the Centaur as well. Priest getting around onto the back line. Divine is saying, I don't even care about them. I don't even need to micro them here. And he tries to pull back in, but loses both of them. You can do some pretty fancy footwork to dodge those priest projectiles there as well, but I'm not sure Divine knows about that. As the chariot arch is over here, slowly getting taken down as well. He's pulling back. Centaur on the back, almost getting cleaned up as well, but I mean that's like not even important for Divine anymore. He's got the super Hippias, he's got the super Cav. And I think this game here, game number 1, is going to go to Divine, and it does go to Divine as Kavoth is not able to make the set work. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I put set too high on my tier list. I'm not going to lie. I think I put set too high on my tier list. I think Set's got 0 good matchups now, and he's just a terrible god. That's literally what's going on. Like Set is literally can't beat a single god. He has 1 win. 1 win. Who did he beat? Did he have 1 win? I think Matador got a win with him. Anyways, let's jump into the next game. Great win there for Divine. Now Divine is going to have to show off his set, and Kavoth is not going to be so friendly, I think, in game number 2. Let's jump over to the lobby and see what's going to be happening here. Alrighty, so a win for the Divinator. And it's going to be Mirage. And it's going to be Who's She? Wow. Every god under the sun. Kavoth is jacked. You should see the photo for I Am Magic. Which I don't think there is one yet. I look like a wet noodle compared to this Chad. Serpents on water is an option for sure. Interesting pick, Fushi versus Set. Well, Kavoth just doesn't want to waste one of his good picks against a low tier pick like Set. Do you know what I mean? Magic, you're asking the wrong question. It's not what is Set's win percentage this tournament. It's what is Egyptian's win percentage this tournament. That's the question you got to ask. Hit you? It's not good. The win percentage for Egyptian in this tournament is not good. I had a funny comment on my YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find it. I can't remember who said it, but it's funny. I need to find it. Where is it? I'm gonna find it. Wait, I should just go Magic. There it goes. From XD Boone. Finally, Magic accepts Isis is good, and now Boit puts her in C tier. See, we're in sync in the absolute opposite way. What happened to Isis's S tier, etc.? Magic was nah. Everyone says Magic died. Look, you might have been wrong before, but you know, if you stuck with your guns, you would have eventually been right. Because right now, Egyptian, that's Civ unpickable in tournament. Too many shitty matchups. Too many shitty matchups. Just play a good god like Demeter. Play a good god like Demeter. Can't wait to see everyone play first week of the Athens qualifiers and then say, shit, should not have picked any Egyptian games. And then we'll not see Egyptians for the rest of the qualifiers. That's what's going to happen. I can't wait to see it. Let's jump into game number 2 here. Kavoth, a rare game 1 loss. Actually, he's lost quite a few game 1s before. He's just trying to get himself settled. Let's jump into Mirage and see what's going to happen. Alrighty then. In the right-hand corner of the map, Kavoth playing as Fu Shi. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Set. His name is Divine. Alrighty, we are on the map Mirage, and we'll see how this game goes. So, first win there from Divine with Poseidon versus Set. Now, Kavoth into game 2 is going to be testing his luck with Fu Shi. There's definitely a couple of wild and wacky strats on a water map like Mirage that could be very, very strong here. I've said it already. I think Nubar can catch some Set players with their pants down. There was already a somewhat of a, I wouldn't call it a famous game, but a very, very hype game of, who was it? Mini Yeti versus, come on brain. It was Mini Yeti doing the strategy versus random Egyptian player. It might have been Grass and Groom. And Mini Yeti went for the fast heroic through Nubar and absolutely dominated until he threw the position and lost the game. So Kavoth doesn't play that style, so we won't see that for Kavoth. But it's definitely there, and I think you guys should definitely start experimenting with some Nubar. Enjoy playing strategies, alternate strategies. That's something that, you know, if the game ever, if you ever get bored of something, try doing something slightly different. You know what I mean? And you can find a lot of enjoyment there. That's my take. You know, if you've played king to e4 or king's pawn to e4 for 1,000 chess games, and you start saying, man, I like chess, but every single game we get into the same position, then try a different opening. Beautiful. All right, you've got a temple coming up for Divine, and we have Eric BR spamming the Twitch chat. He is known for his Twitch chat spamming. You can feel free to just hit the block button on him if you really don't want to hear his spam. You can unblock him later. But he goes through these sort of periods of spam. We can interact with whatever else you want to have, or you can have a massive debate. It's always in good fun. How to block. Okay, so we will be seeing a final Kwafu coming through for Kavoth. How many has he ended up with? He's got himself a grand total of 4 before he advances. And on the other side, Da coming through for Divine. Not going for Anubis is a little bit surprising. What you would see from most Egyptian players on this map, from Isis to Set, even Ra as well, would do nothing of this sort because he doesn't have access to Anubis. But the Anubis Egyptian users would normally go Anubis, normally come in to get line of sight onto this fish, drop Plague of Serpents down, deny the fish for a little bit, force a couple of units to come out to kill off the serpents, and take that small eco edge. However, Divine here has a game plan versus Kavoth. He knows Kavoth like the back of his hand. He is inside the Kavoth brain right now, and he goes, I know that you, Mr. Kavoth, are going to go for a second town center. So I'm going to go for the second town center. Oh, no. He doesn't have the gold. Uh-oh. He puts a granary down. That's cute. All the villagers will dump off their gold. Oh, he does have the gold. He bought. Oh, and then he deleted the ground. Divine is having some difficulties here, guys. Divine is having some difficulties. Oh no. However, on the other side, we will be seeing a second town center already on the way here for Kavoth. He is more than happy to take a slow approach to a game versus the Egyptians. One thing that Kavoth is very, very well aware of, and I'm sure you guys to some point are aware of the dynamic of China against Egyptian. One of the main difficulties for the Egyptians to deal with is if you do opt into a 2TC fight, then you basically are on a timer as the Egyptian player. You need to win the game pretty hard by around about 18 to 20 minutes if there hasn't really been any fighting going on. Why? Because Qinglong will be in and Tiger Cav will be in, and it's so hard to beat the Qinglong Tiger Cav as any of the Egyptians. Even Set with his Set Spearmen, very difficult. The dynamic of Horus Spearmen versus it is interesting. If you can actually limit the Qinglong numbers, then of course the Horus Spearmen will dominate those Tiger Cav. But it's still going to be a challenge here as Sekhmet is pre-queued. Generally what we see happening is that the Egyptian player is so terrified of that sort of game state that they go Thoth in a plan to try and end the game right away. Walls up onto the top for Kavoth, as well as up over here for finishing up his silo, doing all the good stuff. Little cheeky Najar raid to come through, as well as the villagers will say, excuse you, I would like to shankety shank shank. Interesting micro here from Kavoth and Divine as the answer comes through, and that will be 1 dead villager and 2 dead villagers. Great snipe there from Kavoth as he is in full send mode right now. Wait, Divine doesn't have a monument? Oh no. Now he does. The good thing about one change that I really appreciated from going from Legacy to Retold for the Egyptians is that you can go ahead and put down a monument to the villagers, a monument to the soldiers, and a monument to the priests, all in one go if you want to. You don't have to wait for it to finish and then build the next one. That's kind of a nice thing, right? Okay, he's going to need quite a few monuments. But it's never bad to drop multiple monuments. It's never bad. You should always go upwards of 3 monuments with Egyptian, if not more. Especially when you're looking at your resources going, hey, I could afford another monument. Or I could afford something else. What should you do? Get another monument. It's better. But for the moment here, Kavoth is well and truly on his way. He's through Gormang. He's got plenty of favor in the bank himself to drop his ballet. He is known for his White Horse Cavalry affiliation. He's sponsored by White Horse Cavalry. So he must build at least some of those. Meanwhile, Divine is literally just going, I've seen everybody do this versus me, and it's really strong. So let me just do a 2TC fast mythic. So for those of you trying to figure out when I play Egyptian and I try and do a 2TC fast mythic, my opponent, my ridiculously skilled high level 1200 elo, 1100 elo opponent is all up in my grill, destroying me, and I can't manage to have a gold mine like this, not getting attacked at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I am not able to get my mythic age off. How can Divine manage to get a fast mythic age off here? Well, the answer is you want to ask some questions. Well, we're just gonna go into some random theory here. You just want to ask some questions about what your opponent is doing. So the first question you want to ask from the side of the Egyptian is, did my opponent go for 2TC? If the answer to that question is yes, then that gives you the option to then say, great, let's go heroic age. You can go heroic age or you can spam units in the classic age. It doesn't matter. Now, if I get to the heroic age, but I also see my opponent go heroic age, that same option remains on the table. I can spam units or I can go mythic age. So Divine is literally just reading Kavoth, saying, you went fast heroic, I'm going to go fast mythic, and I'm going to try and survive any sort of heroic age shenanigans you throw my way with my fast mythic. And it's just a classic dynamic of defender offender. Now, Kavoth could have also opted to go mythic age here as well. Probably would have been the better choice given the way that Divine is playing this. But there is a bit of a timing here for Kavoth to make use of the units that he's built. So we'll see if Kavoth is going to be able to make something happen here as the Talwu will slowly move across the map. Kavoth here deciding he wants to move his all of his units at the Talwu speed is a little sad, but we'll see if he's going to be able to make this happen. Of course, he has to somehow break through a Citadel Center, which is going to the Mythic Age. Or we can choose to go into the main town center and kill that. That's another option there. There's the Citadel. Under attack. Oh, does still this attack the as if you don't attack the town center with the Scarab. That's so much damage lost. Like he would have probably killed the town center. White Horse Cavalry charging in here, taking out units left, right, and center. And Kavoth here is basically catching Divine in a bit of a difficult position here. As the town center, the Citadel Center is about to go down. He's very, very close to his mythic age. Does he get there? Yes, he does with 198 HP remaining. Imagine. Where's the meteor? Oh, there's the meteor. Imagine if Kavoth had clicked that Scarab to take out the town center. Imagine. Nonetheless, Divine hit. Did he lose his Pharaoh? He absolutely lost his Pharaoh. So Divine's lost his Pharaoh. He doesn't get access to the Valley of the Kings. And I was talking all about how the decision making of Divine did make sense here, only for him to get absolutely and unequivocally brutalized by the Kavothian White Horse Cavalry sponsorship. There's only Kavoth can do this. No one else can do this because only Kavoth is sponsored by White Horse Cavalry. Apparently. That's what I've been hearing. And that there is game 2 done. A very, very nice punish as Divine probably should have had some units out. Probably should have been building spearmen. Probably should have scouted the White Horse Cavalry coming and made spearmen. Don't need to go into Chariot Archers after he was advanced to the Mythic Age. If he had a couple of units out coming, probably would have been fine with the Citadel Center, with the Migdol, maybe some priests. But he had a plan, and the plan did not work out for him. Buff Set, as Set is currently 0 and 0. A sad state of affairs for Set mains out there, but that be the way the cookie crumbles. Kavoth now strikes back as he gets himself 1 win. Let's jump back over to the drafting board and see what's going to get picked for game number 3. All right, the next map is on Key. Everyone's favorite Key. Now the real series can start. That's right. Well, you've converted me. WTF, who is this man with a fabulous mustache? Thank you very much. What a time to be alive. It is Mustache Sunday. This is a celebratory mustache, by the way. Yeah. This is literally says, oh, I've got the wrong people in the thing. Let me change that. Who would have thought forcing non-set players to play it would result in a terrible win rate? Devil Red Viper, my friend. My friend. These are the best players in the world. None of these guys don't play. They all play set. Every single one of them. Alrighty, so our next map is on the map. Our next map is on Key. I'm not exactly sure what the matchup is just yet, but if we take a quick look at the draft, Kavoth could play Susanoo, he could play Quetzalcoatl, he could play Tezcat Lapoka, play Thor here. I would stay away from Isis. Egyptian's been pretty lackluster of late. I look like I come from Bronx now. Thank you. It's been 4 hours. When's the hair reveal? I don't have any hair. There's 0 hair. I'm just cold because it's winter. That's all. All right. We are going in on the map. Oh, it's going to be Quetzalcoatl versus Gaia. This actually is a playable matchup for Gaia. Some people are pretending like this isn't a playable matchup for Gaia. I think this one's playable for Gaia. Actually, is it playable? Maybe it's not. I take it back. That's not. It's not playable. Kavoth is going to win this one. Damn it. I thought it was playable, and then I thought about it for 2 seconds. Alrighty. Gaia. Actually, no. Gaia is playable here. What am I talking about? It's just heavily favored for Quetzalcoatl, but not like Isis versus Quetzalcoatl. Do you guys have Christmas in July? No? Maybe? Not me. I need some water. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Yeah, Set lost again, Magic. Yeah, the narrative. I'm not even riding this. I honestly, I think if I was playing Set, I'd be winning, but that's just because I'm better than them. But the narrative just rides itself. It's not a skill issue. The god's weak. You have to be better than your opponent to win with Set. That's the clear narrative. Like if the Set player wins, it's because they outplayed. Eric and Minnie, you write the narratives. Oh dear. Last game was a skill issue. Okay, that's fair enough. Is there any bracket for this tournament? No, this is just show matches. So every match is just another show match. So whoever wins it gets the money. So there's not. There is a bracket though on Liquipedia, or a page on Liquipedia that explains who played, what drafts were there, and who won. Mini Yeti says, I mean, Set has literally all the tools to outplay. Is that actually true, though? If it was true, then Set would be winning more, at least 50% of the games in this tournament. Because he's got all the tools to outplay, and yet he's losing upwards of 90% of the games. And this, I'm just looking at the data. I don't even have my own opinion on this. This is just the data. You have to tango with the data. You're going to have to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. That's too hard. I've argued for long enough that the Egyptian players are losing only because they suck. I can only argue that for so long. Alrighty. You just came in, boy. They did it to you, huh? I don't know who they are, but yeah, they did it to me. No one's gonna be set. It's pretty funny. Alright. Set free win? No. Low-key free win, Scotty. You've got the couple of... Let's jump in onto the next map. We are going in onto the map Q. Let's go. And off to the races we go into game number 3. Left-hand corner of the map, we've got Kavoth playing as Quetzalcoatl. And on the right-hand corner of the map, we have Divine playing as Gaia. I haven't seen Divine's Gaia before. Is he going Hero Citizens? Ah, that's cute. I like that. I don't exactly understand why he's going Hero Citizens, but it's cute. And Kavoth, I don't know if he's going to spot this or not. Like, he might just think that's the first Hero Citizen or something. But yeah, this is a really, really... Okay, let me give you the history on the Hero Citizen build, so to speak. There was a while back, I can't remember if it was the Mister or if it was Recon that did this build. And they were playing against... Which god was it? I think it was against, like, Poseidon or something. I don't know. Some sort of god that has early game myth unit threats. And they would go full Hero Citizens. And then the myth units would swing in. And then they go, hang on. Those are all Hero Citizens. I can't do anything. And then whomever was using the full Hero Citizen strat would laugh and continue along. So wild. It does technically pay itself off, though without Theft of Fire, it's a little slow. And like if you take a quick look at the difference, it's a difference of 0.1 0.15, right? 0.15 over here. Well, I can't tell you what these are. Wait, yes, no, I can't. I can't tell you what these are. But wait, yes, I can. So 1 point. Oh, it's got pickaxe. I can't tell you. Anyways, the difference is small, minuscule, and the cost is obviously there as well. At an 80 food, 15 wood cost, then you have to add or take off that from 150 to 25, and you get what the other cost is. And obviously, there's also the idle time it takes to convert into the hero. So there's, I think I worked it out to be something like 5 to 6 minutes to pay this off. And then it's obviously faster with Thrill of Fire, the Theft of Fire, Thrill of Fire, Thrill of Victory. It's faster with Theft of Fire, but still. All right. Well, we'll see how this is all going to go, as Kavoth is also going into his craft workshop, his livestock pen, and his lumber outpost over here. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kavoth goes for a second town center, but we'll see what's going to happen as Divine does decide to go for Leto. I like this pick. He's got to deal with the Eagle Warriors, so why not go for Leto and get himself that Hephaestus Revenge, or is it Volcanic Forge? That Volcanic Forge tech, and give himself some Pierce Armor. It's also quite a good unit to build too, the Automaton. And it's going to be a far second town center here as well from Divine, as he sends his 5 hero citizens. Man, Divine's builds, they're always clean. Whether they're good or not, I don't know. I'm not going to be the judge of that, but they are ridiculously clean. Look at that. He gets the perfect amount of resources just as he hits the second age. It'd be better if he gets the resources before he hits the second age, but of course he could not do that. So, well, he probably could have. But anyways, we'll see how this is all going to go, and we'll see how many spider lairs do get placed down by one Divine, the Leto abuser. I need a new last name. I used Jones already. I've used Smith. What's another Brown. One Divine. The Spider Lair abuser Brown. There you go. Fantastic. Town center up. Thank you for the gifted sub, Sirs, with 35 KC. Appreciate you, my friend. Doesn't have a nice ring to it. Okay, well, help me out then. Don't just offer us. If you're gonna give feedback, if you're gonna give criticism, at least give some constructive criticism. Maybe offer a separate suggestion. We can work at it, you know, together, rather than just tearing everyone down. Spider abuser Bobby. It's got to be a last name. It can't be the first name because this first name's Divine. So Divine, the spider abuser. Smith has already been taken. We can't use Smith or Jones. Unfortunate. Anyways, another spider egg coming down. Oh dear. Diddy T. All right, that'll do. We got Diddy T making the spider eggs. Spider abuser Diddy. All right, that's great. That's great. I think we have to move on. Up onto the top side. Kavoth getting some scouting info in. Were the relics grabbed? Yes, they were. Wow, that's a lot of relics. You got the Thundercloud Shawl. You've got the Dwarven Calipers. You've also got the Canopic Jar of Imseti with that infantry train time reduction, and the Kopesh of Horrors to say you probably should not build a single myth unit in this game. Anyways, I got some upgrades coming. Survival equipment also coming through here for Divine. It's going to be very, very nice. He's sort of refusing to build a single unit here. He could just grab watchtowers if he wants to. There's nothing wrong with that. I have heard Divine's opinion that the watchtower might simply be a little bit too on the pricey side. However, to that I say, just get it, because that would reduce the amount of stress in your gameplay. Anyways, second town center is up for Kavoth. Obviously, he's grabbed that one a while back, and he's also going to be thinking about getting to the heroic age. If Divine wants to play a slow game here, I'm pretty sure Kavoth is going to welcome it. Look, I got to be real with you guys. This specific matchup we're watching of Divine versus Kavoth, you're not gonna see this type of gameplay anywhere else. Like, this is the only time you're never going to see Kavoth going 2 TC every single game. Divine going 2 CC every single game. You're never going to see this. There might be some 2 TC games. There might be some 1 TC games. But in this specific matchup, I'm pretty sure, well, we know what we've signed up for. This is what we're going to get, and enjoy. Meanwhile, one thing here that I like that Kavoth isn't doing is he hasn't placed his Agave Bloom down. He's going to wait until the Heroic Age for that 1500 food instead of the 800 only, and he can click that anywhere he likes. Did he move the cow pulley over here? He does have that livestock pen here as well, as his turkey numbers are up to 4. And it will be Thea for Divine, and really, I'm a little surprised on this one from Kavoth. He's going for Coil Zhaokui instead of going for Coatlacue. So Coatlacue has the armadillo, right? But it's the stronger late game pick, of which he is most likely going to have to play. So playing into this one is definitely more of that mid-game timing. Kavoth maybe not wanting to play a late game for whatever reason. He wants to finish the series off. I don't know. But not going for that other angle is a little bit confusing to me. But anyways, Thea will be in for our main man, Divine. And I guess the next question is going to be Oracles. When? He's got 5. And he has the upgrade for them. So they're going to be working a little bit harder. But if I'm playing this as Divine and my opponent is sitting back, walling up the map, playing defensive, I'm thinking, let me just get up to 10 Oracles as fast as I possibly can. But a palace coming down immediately for Divine, getting himself his Poseidon's Secret, his Lands of Stone, also going up for the Prophetic Sight, and Volcanic Forge, every single upgrade under the sun. Meanwhile, over onto the other side, we do have that Coil Zhaokui's Stone, which makes the Great Temple upgrades cheaper. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Kavoth going into some Sean ones quickly. But also, he really should be ready to go into Spearman in a heartbeat. Because he has to deal with he's got to deal with the Contarius. You know, we do have the Great Wall of Aztec here. Aztecs are known for their infrastructure and their building capabilities. And Kavoth says, I don't want to chase Contarius around the map all game. Let me just... The sneakiest citizen out there comes in. He's just like, nothing to see here, Kavoth. Nothing to see here. I want to see a palace. I want to see a palace. Just put a palace down, please. 1 palace on this gold mine. That'd be hilarious. Anyways, Atlas pre-queued. Hero Contarius coming through. The spider lairs have been spammed. 2, 3, 4, 5. Could you imagine if this was an Aranos villager? I would be livid if this was an Aranos villager. Like, absolutely and unequivocally, I would lose the top of my head would blow up from the amount of craziness that I would be unhappy. Anyways, another spider lair coming down over here, as that's 15 favor cost for the next charge is seemingly not very much for Divine, though he is struggling to get himself that favor, and he does need to get some more oracles through. One really big advantage of simply simply spider lair spamming is you don't have your temple occupied by myth units, so you can get yourself to 10 oracles very easily and spam these. Look at this, outplayed. You guys think the spider lair's OP? Kavoth says, hey, I gotcha. I see your spider lair. I build on your spider lair. It's still gonna be there. It still sits here forever, but now Kavoth won't lose any units to this one unless he loses the buildings there. A perfect counter, as the Instant Fouling Bird doesn't end up going down. And Divine now has to face up against Heavy Sean 1. Medium Tlal Money Spearman. Medium Eagle Warriors. The Titsamiddle upgrades coming through, as well as more Titsamiddles are going to be coming on the way, even though there are a whole bunch of hero units in. Not that big of a deal. Kavoth is looking like he's got a very strong army at the moment. How does Atlantean fight this? It's a great question. I would make Automaton here. I would make Automaton. Drop down an extra 3 temples with 10 oracles and full Automaton for the win. That's the way to go. I'm telling you. Warrior Priests are great and all, but Automaton are Automaton. As the God Power coming down, we do see one Digipla getting converted in here as little bits of damage to come through. The stun comes in as well. The Arcus Heroes getting converted on the back, but the Eagle Warriors are saying, no, sir, you will not be able to tango with me. As Tailwind also getting dropped down now from Kavoth as he's able to chase, trying to chase in here, trying to get onto that back line. So Tajipla getting some pretty decent damage off here. And that there is going to be all of Divine's units dead. He's losing villagers left, right, and center. And Kavoth is just enjoying standing in the middle of this Divine base, picking villagers off. He's got the Atonton smashes in as well to smash. And, well, obviously this game here would have been won for Divine if he built a billion Autobots rather than all these spider layers. But that there is going to be a dead town center. And I think game 3 looks like it might be going to Kavoth as he decides to grab the town center over here. He's got idle villagers waiting over here to drop this town center. And he will decide to pull back ever so slightly. There's some spider eggs on the run out. Dead, dead, dead. That's got to feel good. Well, town center for Divine. 34 seconds remaining. Only Automaton is not the answer, but mixing them in would help a lot. Well, yeah. Yeah. You just want to make enough of them that your opponent needs to start only building Warrior Priest. And then once your opponent only builds Warrior Priest, now you don't have to worry about Sean 1, Eagle Warrior, Style Manning Spearman, because it's all Warrior Priest. So now you can build human unit to beat the Warrior Priest, right? Anyways. Great temple coming up for Kavoth on the front. Okay. Great. Now, Divine has managed to re-macro up a little bit of an army. We'll see how he's going to go. Of course, Kavoth probably doesn't need to make any more units here, right? What is this temple doing on the front? He can kind of just go heroic, Mythic Age. Tlaloc here for Kavoth might just be game over. Might just be game over for Divine. But Divine, lots and lots of heroes at the moment. He does see all of those Star Demon Titsamiddles. Walls coming up onto this side as well. As the Arcus numbers will grow. Arcus to take out those Sean 1, Arcus to take out the Titsamiddles, Arcus to take out the Warrior Priests, and then the Contarius to take everything else out as Divine says it's time to go. There's little bits of stuns onto this one, over onto the side there. Another stun onto those Contarius as the Eagle Warriors do manage to get in great control from Divine to bait all this through. Those spider eggs just sitting here begging to be walked across. One does come through. Ah! Is there enough stuff here for Kavoth is the big question. Holy moly, the new fire ceremony has been dropped. Kavoth is probably looking to sacrifice a... He has enough. He's got a lot of favor in the bank at the moment. He's already sacked quite a few. And that is enough for Kavoth to hold on. But Divine got a nice revenge attack in there. Not bad. One Sean one going down. This is not cheap. He is an expensive human there. Alrighty. Divine over onto this side. He's just gonna... Oh, Voth is gonna keep getting himself Star Demon sits in the middles. Ah! Yes! He goes, I see all of your hero units. Let me just build Myth unit into your heroes. He's a man after my heart. Why not? Why not build Star? Look at the stats on these bad boys. They got some stats, man. Now the Tits middle in. We do have another Tailwind to come through as those Arcus heroes will get charged in onto. And this is not looking good for Divine again, as Divine sort of just sitting here just going, hang on, his units move how fast? How am I supposed to run away from this? Answer is, you're not, as those hero units are getting trimmed down. Tits middles will charge in here, and Divine has no army anymore. A dominating win there from Kavoth. Really not sure what else Divine can do at this moment. And now the Feast of Sustenance as well. For another fairly large resource boost for a little couple seconds there. Always feels good to be in the money. As citizens dying, Divine going to attempt to get out of here. The Eagle Warriors will put to rest a couple of those hero Montarius, but he has overstepped his bounds yet again. Both just chilling with a couple of heavy Great Temple units, just waiting. Come over and kill this palace whenever he wants. Of course, all the temples are now down, so Kavoth can build all the warrior priests in the world that he likes. Count Von Count, what's going on, man? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. The heavy automaton smash is coming through. There will be one dead palace. The market also started for Kavoth to create his I can't even say this. Hock to cattle. I don't know. Lost the Valiant Birds coming through. We do have a whole bunch of spider eggs getting dropped down onto this side as well. Here Arcus getting sniped from afar. Divine is going to try one more time to get through this Aztec army. And he is just not going to be able to. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, looks to be GG. As Kavoth takes game number 3. Well, a tough one here for Divine to have to deal with. Quetzalcoatl, very, very strong at the moment. Aztecs in general, very, very strong. I don't know exactly what else Divine could try here outside of Automaton. Of course, the Tejipla is scary, so you don't really want to go Automaton versus the Tejipla, but so long as you don't lose any fights, you can always repair the Automaton back up. That's the main draw card for that. But a well-played game from Kavoth. He did manage to do Kavoth things here. He made the Tzitza he made the units, and he only floated about 100 favor, which is less than most people. Alrighty, jump over to the draft, and we'll see what's going to happen. Let's give another win over to Kavoth. And let's go for a win for Quetzalcoatl. And we're going to go in onto the map Ghost Lake. And it's going to be a Thor versus Tsukiyomi. Boit, will you cast Athens event directly from Athens? That would be awesome. Interviewing players, the cast behind the event, showing us the backstage, you know. Yes, I will be in Athens to cast live and in stereo. Disclaimer, I'm not sure if it will be in stereo or not. All right, yes, our next matchup is Thor versus Tsukiyomi. This is a fun matchup. I like this one. What is this look, Boit? This is my look for our successful crowdfunding campaign. I said if we make it to $6,000, I'm gonna shave. I shaved. What do you think? Not bad? Oh, you thought clean shaved? That was a silly assumption. Of course it was going to be a mustache. You only get to shave once. Then it's all gone. So you may as well enjoy the mustache while you can. As if you can't tell me you don't like the mustache. I don't believe you for a second. The mustache is here to stay. At least till the end of this stream. I look like Yahawawaha from Bleach. I don't even know what that is. Oh dear. The mustache looks good. Thank you, Douglas. There we go. Finally, someone with some taste in this. This is why YouTube chat's better. It's just YouTube chat's just better. It just is. I shaved my head. What do you think? Your head's cold. I'm cold. Need to get to that European summer. Yes, Gus. Zizaroth, yes. That's what I'm talking about. These Twitch chatters know nothing. Oh dear. I am tired though. This is This event has... We were supposed to be done. Kinda. But it's all good. We have a nice series here. Kavoth's also staying up late for it, so that's nice. So, hands up in Twitch and YouTube chat. Who's going to Athens? Hands up. Who's going to Athens? I want to see you all there. We need to have like around about 1,000 people at the LAN. Yeah. Salm, really? I'm 80% coming? I like those odds. Those are good odds. All right, guys. Let's get into game... What game is it? Game number 4. In onto the map. Ghost Lake. Everyone's favorite matchup. Thor versus Tsukiyomi. Off we go off to the races into the top of the map. Kavoth playing as Thor. And in the bottom of the map, Divine playing as Tsukiyomi. Now, if I know Divine, and I think I know Divine, I see 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. I see Town Center over here with some hunt close by. He might consider an early new moon onto his watermill into his second Town Center. That's the way that Divine likes to play this god. Unless he's changed his strategic outlook, his decisions, and all the other good stuff. That's what he likes to do. So we'll see if he's going to keep going down that route or if there's a different way to play. Meanwhile, Kavoth plays for the ultimate in safe armories. I like this armory. We saw this armory here as well from Soup. I'm a big fan. Chop your base in half, like this and like this. Rather than trying to defend this front position, which is much harder, defend the back position. Chop, chop, wall, like a wall here, and a wall over here. And all of a sudden, Aurochs are safe, gold mine safe, wood line also safe. Of course, this gold mine not going to be safe, but it's going to be mined out pretty quickly anyways. Double gold stolen. Wait, did he go double berserk? Oh my god. I love the double berserk here. That being said, though, the berserk does take 9 seconds to train, as opposed to the Kimichin Spy, which takes 4 seconds to train. But that's DLC privilege. All right, temple coming up. We got ourselves Sacred Custodians, a couple of Mikos coming out as well. There is a passage behind the backwood line. Spicy. How will he ever know? He hasn't scouted it. He thinks it goes to the edge. He might be in trouble. The question is what my wife says about my moustache. Well, she didn't have much to say about the moustache, to be honest. I don't think she was a fan of me shaving at all. Here's what it is. Temple coming up now for Kavoth, as he is going to be looking to get to the next age. There is already an advance coming through for our main man. Divine, as Inari Wakami has got a choice, but he hasn't moved his villagers off of food yet. So, I don't know. Is he going for a one town center play, maybe? One idea that I think is really, really strong versus Norse is to go for majority guardhouse units, even though you're playing as Tsukiyomi. Majority guardhouse units seems like a pretty reasonable approach versus Norse. The only real great answer there is to go into Berserks, but even if they go into Berserks, we've still got the Yumi Archers to take them out, and we just got to get even more Yumi archers in that sort of situation, and you got the front line, and you're good to go. You could also mix in some Juragumo there to front line as well. You don't even have to go into a stable or a dojo in this matchup at the start of the game, if you don't want to. But Divine wants to. Freya, the god of choice here for Kavoth, as he does wall off the right side. Charging around over onto this side. There are some relics. There's the Titan's treasure. Over here, as the Kitsune comes through, it is the head of Orpheus. On the left side, tail of Cerberus is sitting here as well. And Divine does pick up tail feathers of heaven. Now, this is even more of a reason to go into the strategy that I was talking about, which is just make infantry. Yati Spearmen, instead of going Samurai, which are a little bit more pricey, don't get as much of a bonus versus this with this relic. Though Yati Spearmen are a much better idea, especially when your opponent also goes Freya. That's going to indicate that Kavoth wants to build cavalry here. So Longhouse coming down. Dwarves charging forward. Going to be shooting that Orok back home. Hersa just going to drop another house on the front. Valkyrie coming back. Another house to come down from Kavoth, and he's just literally just going to wall in the entirety of the map here, it looks like. This is a very different Divine. I haven't seen him playing this way. He's basically trying to play like Matador plays. A handful of Naginata riders, then get to the heroic age, and then basically just go into full horse rider, horse archer, if he can, to get a kill on the Kitsune. Nope. Kitsune are out of here. One little jab, but then it will be able to catch back up, and the units are gone. But after all the walls are set up, Kavoth can just come over onto this gold mine. He's going to be very, very fine here to not have to deal with the horse archers anytime soon. He can just chill. Oh no, the Hersa, get in. Gets in there. One will. Oh, it doesn't go down. 1 HP in a dream. The Valkyrie coming around onto the side. Can he catch up? No, he can't. Yes, he can. 6.63. Can he get there? Just up. Ah, he doesn't get there. Well, that's a sad Valkyrie. She wanted to play with the Kitsune, and the Kitsune says no. But this gives Kavoth all of the space in the world here, as upgrades starting to come through.
Nani?
The Miko turns around, going to be healing up his Kitsune. It's the Valkyrie searching for anything to kill here. Nice little control from Divine to make sure that all the units are as safe as possible. Alrighty. Valkyrie chilling over onto this side as Divine will go into his Daimyo hero. Also starting to come through as well from Kavoth as he's scared of something. Wolves will make their way over onto this side, and Kavoth says, I got my wall set up. Let me get a town center. I don't need to rush my way to the heroic age. This will be perfectly fine for me. As the Shogun comes in, and the Valkyrie will get slapped away as these units attempt to chase this down, but I think she's going to be fine to get back home here, especially with the Hersa coming in to help out. It's now Sashimono Bannerman on the way for Divine. And the Yumi Horse Archers will start up. I'm putting more stables down. He's going to make his way across the map. Yeah, there is a bit of a villager discrepancy here. I'm pretty surprised Divine has not gone for a town center here. Wow. Well, it's just like, yeah, you can kill this wall if you like. I'm just going to build another one behind you. And Divine's like, oh, maybe I'll just leave. Like, if it's just going to be more walls. Coming in onto the backside, though, the Berserks are in a little bit of threats here. And Loft is just trying to bide his time until he can actually get some stuff through. He's actually going up to stone walls for the time being. 9-minute stone walls. There's a technology that is cheap. Look at that. No one's complaining. This is too expensive. 200 food, 200 gold. I'm hearing a 250, 150 resource, literally the same cost as stone walls, is too expensive. But people buying this one, it's cheap as chips. Not even a problem. All right, more walls coming down over onto this side. Kavoth is still playing the I don't want to play with you angle in this game. He's got 2 TC. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't know for certain that this is a one town center Divine. He could be somewhere else, but still. Yep, Iron Shield's on the way for Kavoth as he says, I know you want to build pierce damage dealing units, so if I go very heavy into the pierce armor, I should be able to win these fights. Of course, Divine can also grab himself full bronze here with his armory upgrades to come all the way through. I think he might have manually grabbed himself ballistics there as well. Maybe I misread that. Anyways, is that a tower? It's a watchtower. My guy's crazy. Town center under attack here as Divine's like, dude, fight me. I want to fight. I built an army to fight. Oop. And he is now stuck in here. He is now stuck in Kavoth's trap. Kavoth's waiting for this to be set up. And he goes, you are now a part of my base, and I am going to keep you in here, walling over here as well while this is all going on. This is hilarious. He's like, I'm more than happy to lose the town center. This is fine. I don't care. He can come over onto this gold mine if he wants. A second Shogun is in, however, for Divine, but he is stuck back here. Imagine forest fire. I'm imagining it. Meanwhile, Kavoth goes, hang on, if you're stuck there, where are the reinforcements? There's this wall. I love the way that Kavoth is approaching this game, but I think Divine's in a pretty good position for the time being here. So raiding cavalry, berserks trying to charge through here. The big, powerful unit is the Shieldmaiden Valkyrie, the horse archers. They could have some bonus damage versus... myth units, but not just yet, as the Dwarves do actually bail out on this. I'm surprised they didn't just sneak over here, at least for a little bit, but opting away from that one and back to the main base. As more Valkyrie going to be coming through. Lots of favor in for Kavoth here as well. But he does have to still deal with these Shogun. Both of these are at basically full HP. This one's done both 1,500 damage total on those, so yeah, they can really help out. Those comes back over here. Another wall. You are playing a game of apparently kill my stone walls. That there is the most disrespectful town center. I think you can... Oh, he deletes it. Smart. I think I was a little too disrespectful. This is a lot of units coming at you, and you need resources for units. Farms coming up over here. The towers can only hold so much. And Divine says, I've had enough of this. If you're just going to hide behind your walls all game, I'm going to build siege, and I'm going to kill you. Dragon scale shields now coming through for Kavoth. Well, we'll see how this is all going to work. Now, one thing that I think... No, never mind. That doesn't really make sense. I was going to say maybe you can go Bragi for some Swineray Herdman, but I think... I don't know if that's going to be the best of decisions. That's now the Oyumi. will come through, and some siege will be in. Put a stop to Kavoth's walling ways. The extra armory upgrades are pretty mid. They're pretty expensive, yeah. 450 wood, 450 gold for 10% extra effective pierce armor. Not even that. A reduction of 10% in vulnerability to pierce attacks. I don't know. Houses going down, towers going down. This gold mine on the back about to be expired, but there is Dwarven Gold Mine available. That's going to be 3,000 gold there for Boit as well. What's Iron Shield's everything is minus 10% of vulnerability, so... I mean, he's at 60% pierce armor to go up to 64%. There you go. It's the Dwarven... Where did he click that? The Dwarven mine up here. That's wild. At some point here, Kavoth will need to actually take a fight. He could frost this, try and kill the castle as an idea. Wait, what? Huh? What was that frost? Did he do it on purpose to only hit half the units? I don't think so. I feel like he wanted to freeze everything. That forest fire also opens up his base. Not the best of ideas. Over onto this side, Kavoth barely missing those villagers on that gold mine, but he is in onto the wood line, so at the very least there's going to be some damage to do here, but I don't think killing villagers really matters here. What matters is whether or not Kavoth can actually beat this army. I think if I'm Kavoth, I go for this attack, kill a bunch of villagers, pull back, convert as many villagers to berserks as I possibly can. Does he have upgrades? No. That strat doesn't work. A little bit of a fight happening here as Divine is forcing very, very hard. And Kavoth is in, I would say, a very, very strange position. He's trying to get units out. He's got very little in the way of food income to make himself those raiding cavalry. Half his units aren't even in here as the Swampland does get dropped down. And that's going to be, wow, it's a big amount of death there for those raiding cavalry. And I think after the dust settles, Divine is going to move out of here with game 4 victory as he keeps this series close. It's 2-2. This one's surprising to me. I would have expected Kavoth to find this win more often than not, but Divine played a really, really nice Tsukiyomi here and punished what Kavoth was doing very nicely. Very strange game. I'm not even sure what the plan here from Kavoth was. I think the better plan was probably go Bragi and do what I said. Go for like a mini Berserk Narok, get yourself heavy in mini Berserk Narok, be on some hunt. There's no hunt on the map. You got to get some extra food in. But go from mini Berserk Narok to break through this with flaming weapons, and then maybe you're good to go. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Divine as he strikes back with the Tsukiyomi. Alrighty, back to the drafting table to see what we're going to pick for game number 5. And it looks like our next map is going to be on Giza. Is this series best of 5 or best of 7? It's best of 7. You can't believe Divine won this? Japan might be a bit over. I don't think that was about. No, that was not balanced. Yeah, Divine's really good. Oh my god. We got another donation. 15 USD from Luis Fernando Pires. Oh, sorry, I did not even mean to say your name. There's many more names to come after that. All right. Whoops. I'm gonna add that to the old tally. We got a 15 USD donation for the crowdfunding. Appreciate that, my friend. I think that is a, yeah, you come in here, right? Not sure what name to put down for this though. Did you write in crowdfunding? You did. All right, Strife. From Strife. Thank you, my friend. You legend. All right. It's going to be a Tezcatlipoca versus Demeter. Spicy. Spicy McSpice Spice. I need to flip these guys. This is incorrect. Why doesn't Thor build Spearman? Yeah, I don't know. Should have gone Forseti maybe. I don't know. Oh shit. I just tried to join the game and it's full. Don't die for me. Thank you. When you go Forseti, you lose against Yumi archers? That's not true. That's not my experience. I want my Japanese opponent to build Yumi archers, just not Yumi archers with one Udor. There's one Udor there, that's a bit of a different situation. But just against Yumi archers, I'm very happy to play versus them. I got to be right back, guys. I got to go to the toilet. We'll have game 5 started momentarily. The other guys are still sitting in the lobby, so we got just a little bit of time. Be right back. Alrighty. Onwards and upwards for game number 5. Do you think it's Kavoth underperforming or Divine overperforming or a bit of both in this series? No, I just think Divine's quite good at the game. I think people have been underrating him for a while, and he has been improving. So, yeah. If he gets into a position that he's comfortable in and he knows, and he's very, very, very good. Like, fundamentally, this guy is not worse than any other top player. Like, he's fundamentally really solid. There's some things there's some habits that he has that he needs to break to get to the next level. But if he figures that out and he breaks them, then yeah, he's going to be a menace. He's really strong. All right, let's jump into game number 5 here on the map, Giza. Off we go. Alrighty then, off to the races we go in the bottom side of the map, playing as the blue Tezcatlipoca. Kavoth opens with some herding shenanigans, an immediate temple, and this is going to be Kavoth no holds barred. He is not messing around in this one. He's going for a fast advance time. He's going for the fast temple. He's going to put some very heavy pressure onto Divine in the early stages of this game. Divine does something here that I really want to stress. This is not what you want to do versus Aztec or versus anything that has got any sort of potential rushes. One way to play around a rush is to make sure that you leave an animal or two alive and ready to be herded back underneath the town center if the time comes. So if there was maybe some of these zebra, like these 3 zebra were still alive here, and Divine sees what? Oh, that was the steal. Okay, Wither comes in. That's interesting here. This isn't something that I considered. Tezcatlipoca against Demeter completely breaks this matchup. One of the things which Demeter has on the other two Aztecs is Demeter's got access to Agave Bloom, Asgardian Meadow. We got there eventually. It's got access to Arcadian Meadow. Against Tezcatlipoca, you don't have access. There's probably no point in even going pan. Not having Arcadian Meadow is a gigantic negative and a huge positive for Tezcatlipoca in this matchup. For those of you who don't understand the dynamic, well, Wither will kill the Arcadian Meadow. So you can't really use it. And Divine seemingly understands that. I don't know if he understands that or if he's just going Ares because he thinks that Ares is the best for Demeter. But we'll see how it's going to go as Divine goes through and grabs himself that Orpheus out. And we will see the warrior priests charging in already for damage. This is going to be a forward... Wait. Yes, this is going to be a forward-infested nest. That Orpheus needs to be called back home. Oh, over onto this. I tried to get... hello there, Scorpions. You have struggled a little bit. We'll see if Divine can get out of this situation. He gets himself the Cyclops. I mean, to some degree, simply just sacrificing the Cyclops in to try and kill off the infested nest wouldn't be a terrible idea. But there is the warrior priest, and that's going to be a dead Cyclops if he's not careful. Hey, is Divine trying to put a village center up or something here? That's wild, no? Surely not. The Macca's to come through. Villagers going to be moving back over onto their zebra as the tower over here going to get taken down. Macca's Quaddle coming through to get some more damage done as the Orpheus will be bringing in this Fatal Fari's sledge. I'm not sure that relic is going to be a huge saving grace here. When he gets himself out the Isle Hours as the Tezhipla comes through. That's going to dive in. Cycles can run all he likes. That will be a dead Cyclops. And Kavoth is literally all over this Demeter of Divine. Villagers onto the top also getting caught out there as the Tejipla kills off one more villager before it ends up dying. The Macca's Quaddle does end up dying. The villagers do make it to the sentry tower. He's charging over here to get the gold in. This is looking like he wants... Oh god, the Tejipla is back in. That's going to be another dead villager, it looks like. And it's just warrior priest spammage after warrior priest spammage. And Divine does decide to tap out. A pretty sad attempt at defending the warrior priest rush from our main man Kavoth. Look, I'll give you some ideas. Here's one idea. Get watchtowers. Here's another idea. Just build a building. Build some military units. Here's another idea. Have the Orpheus ready to attack the Scorpions as they pop out. Advance really fast as Demeter in this matchup. Be the one putting pressure onto your opponent. Maybe send the Cyclops around the side of the map and get him into the main base of the Aztec to counterattack. There's a lot of different options. Tell you what doesn't work. Not building any units when you're getting rushed. That one there does not work. Nonetheless, a dub for Tezcat Lapoca. And Kavoth is going to be feeling very, very dirty after that win, I'm sure. We'll see what he's going to pick for the next one. And he still has his Susanoo in his back pocket, so I'm sure we're going to see something disgusting for the next game as well. Next one is on Marsh. And it will be a Susan versus Amaterasu game. I was going to try and not give away a huge amount of ideas to Susanoo players. So I'm going to try and stay away from telling people how to play as Susanoo for maximum gains. But let's just say Susanoo can effectively get a 10-minute tier 3 Bushido in at the moment. It's very, very strong. There's no way to stop it without the Susanoo player misplaying. And it's a good luck angle. Now, I don't know if Kavoth really knows this. I haven't really seen anyone super going into it. But that doesn't mean that they aren't very, very much aware. What do you do for Bushido? You can do one Yudo or you can do Shuragumo. It doesn't really matter. One Yudo are a little more consistent because if your opponent doesn't want to fight you, you just say, great, I'm just going to go kill you. Whereas the Shuragumo are more like anti-raiders than anything else. I would go Minakatsutomi at the moment with Susanoo 9 times out of 10. Mr. Perfecto says, hello. What's going on, man? Alrighty. We got ourselves a little bit of a wait until our next game Kavoth is on match point, so if he wins, he wins. We'll see if Demeter can strike back. Try to make sure it can work, but they seem really bad in fights. They're too slow. I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're bad. I think they're actually quite good. You got to be careful, obviously, making anything, but how you use them. You can also turn off the special ability because the actual DPS is quite high. Mr. Perfecto, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Appreciate that, my friend. Thanks for the support. As well as the gifted sub, new leg end. Who is this mustachio man? I don't know. He's some guy just hanging out. Yeah, tier 3 at 10 minutes is not hard. You just run in and constantly do stuff. You take a fight and you... One fight and you're a heavy, basically. Anyone who won game 1? It's literally written right on the screen. You can see game 1 was won by Poseidon, player 2. Game 2 was won by Fushi, player 1. Game 3 was won by Quetzalcoatl, player 1. Game 4 was won by Tsukiyomi, player 2. Game 5 was won by Tezcatlipoca, player 1. Alrighty. In onto the map Marsh for game number 6. We'll see if Divine's Amaterasu can deal with the pain that is coming his way. In onto the map Marsh, and we'll see how it goes. Alrighty, off we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Susanoo. His name is Kavoth. And in the right-hand corner of the map, Divine, playing as Amaterasu. So, it's been a absolutely stellar series thus far. We had some really, really, really good matches. We've had some sort of crazy good rushes as well. In both of the series, but at this point now, Kavoth sees victory in sight. It's going to be up to Divine to be able to stop him here. He's on the map Marsh. He's got his Amaterasu. I don't know if he's going to be able to make a second town center work here on this map, but he might. And, you know, Kavoth might say, no worries, let's do that as well. But I don't know how much I'm going to like that one. In the main base, it's not really a huge... Well, actually, there is quite a bit of food in the main base, so maybe it'll work. Come over onto this side, drop the Shrine of the Hunt, like something like here, hitting the gold mine, hitting the wood line. Shrine of the Hunt, grab the town center. Get enough Miko out to defend the early game myth units. Could be okay. Could make sense. As Kavoth will drop his temple in his main base. Pretty quick temple drop here, actually, from Kavoth. Not the absolute fastest of temples, but a quick one. We'll see what he's going to do behind this. Because he could start getting... He's already starting off on that Bushido journey. And, oh, there he goes. He is going to be going straight into multiple Archaic Age Kitsune. So here's the thing. You can literally just run these directly into your opponent's base and start nibbling at like sub 2 minutes. And those nibbles count towards Bushido as well as Susanoo. It doesn't count towards Bushido for Amaterasu. Doesn't count to Bushido for Tsukiyomi. But it does for Susanoo because these are myth units. The best option would be to try and nibble the actual enemy Kitsune, but we'll see how things go. Yeah, there's no rush to get into the second age. Of course, you delay the one Yudo, but you've grabbed a crazy amount of bonus Bushido here. The only thing is that he's not looking to actually attack at the moment. And he is going to get another Miko out as well. The extra Miko to get even more favor so he can actually get his upgrade. Kavoth did the Pegasus build. I don't know what this build is. It's looking like the Boit build, but of course Pegasus steals all my stuff. That's what it is. He's just not attacking. You got to get in and start nibbling the villagers. Anyways, we got the Minakata Tomi coming in for both players. And another shrine coming in over onto this side as Kavoth will look to hit the gold villagers. And wow, Divine doesn't even want to take the damage. He just says, I'll take idle time over allowing you to get some free Bushido in. That there is wild. Over onto this side, there goes the nibbles. And you see the Bushido just enjoying that going up already. Got to be careful of the Miko, though. That can be very, very annoying. This is a stupid amount of damage happening right now. Anyways, we do have a Shrine of the Hunt over onto this side. Or a shrine, I should say, over onto this side. And Divine is going to opt into a town center, which is a wild, an absolutely wild suggestion of a strategy for Divine here. Stable down from Kavoth. I'm not even surprised. He can go stable, double stable if he wants, and just go full raiding. He's going to try and take down the shrine here, as well as Lone Miko as well. That's brutal. This doesn't really give any extra Bushido. No, this doesn't give any extra Bushido, but of course, some damage as the Miko will come in. Shrine of the Hunt now down for Divine as well. We'll see how he's going to go. But here's the thing. As soon as this tier 2 Bushido comes through, all of a sudden, this 1 Yudo is going to turn into 4 1 Yudo. As Kavoth charges in here, looks for a couple of nibbles. Does he get a Vil pick? Does he get a Vil pick? He does get a Vil pick, and he gets out of there without losing it. Kitsune going to come up onto this side as well for even more damage, as that Bushido is nearly up to tier 2 here. He should already be building that next, either more Kitsune or that next 1 Yudo. There's no point in not doing it at this point, or more Miko is fine as well. But getting the myth units out as fast as possible, start stacking that Bushido, is very, very important. 1 Yudo plus archers is an easy win. Just any unit plus 1 Yudo is very, very tough, I think, for Divine to hold. Very, very tough. Onto this side, the 1 Yudo is in, and attempt to get some damage done onto that, as he does get in and to take down the villager trying to put up the guardhouse. As the solar shield comes through. A bit of a fight now over onto that enemy 1 Yudo, as the villager will pull back into the town center. Villager's pulling back as well. Can he get some? Yes, he does. He gets one there as well. As the Kitsune going down. It's definitely not the one you want to have go down, but he does lose 1. He's only built 4, so he's lost 1 out of 4. It's the 1 Yudo is like, I don't even try. What are you gonna do? Kill, like, stop my 1 Yudo, my friend. This is, I'm gonna keep on killing you. He's almost up to tier 2 Bushido. He's got another 1 Yudo coming through. As the Miko will be able to heal everyone up. And we do have Yati Spearmen, which are a good counter for these Naginata Riders. Simple thing to do to beat those, though, is get more 1 Yudo in. As he's about to be able to do so. Charges in to take this fight. We'll drop the Kusanagi down. I'm surprised he's so confident to just take that fight, but now he's up to medium. Look at the Bushido difference here. He's not even a quarter of the way through tier 1, And Kavoth is dominating here. Now you might say, well, maybe he shouldn't have gone 2 town center, to which I would say, yeah, he probably shouldn't have gone 2 town center here. Probably should have made some Ondamusha or some Bushi or something like that in order to at least have some answer for the Kitsune and everything else. But more One Yudo should be coming out immediately here. The fact that they're not is without question a mistake from Kavoth. This dojo will end up falling. We do have 1 Bushi. There goes the more One Yudo and Condemned Soul as well. Gonna come through. Dojo coming up again for Divine. He is managing to get gold over onto this side. Villager differential is favoring Divine for the time being. This is one of those ones where I just say I'm not sure it's going to be enough. That being said, Kavoth is going to make this hard for himself if he doesn't decide to move into a unit not named Naginata Rider, because the Yati Spearmen do beat the Naginata Rider. The Yati Spearmen do win that.
Nani?
So I'd like to see the Samurai getting built, or your Yumi Archer, or your own Yati to at least like clog up the fight. Another dojo coming down from Divine. Of course, the Infernal One Yudo, look at the damage they do. I can't even show you. There you go. 2.78 over 5 seconds on AoE as well, right? So all these Yati Spearmen take a fair amount of damage here. Does drop the Kusanagi, and great garrison micro from Divine. And look at that Bushido starting to tick up as well as that damage comes in onto all the Yati. Why even try why even try? Look at the Bushido. He's almost up to heavy. We do have some on the musher out at the very least, but Kavoth is just like, nah, I'm literally gonna put a shrine up in your face right now. This is the most BM shrine you'll ever see. The village is garrisoning. Divine taps out, and Kavoth walks away with game number 6 in his back pocket and a 4-2 victory in the final week of the Satfat set Shenanigans. Well played, Kavoth. Better luck next time to Divine. Some really nice gameplay from Divine in this series, but he just could not quite work it out in every single one of these games. This town center definitely was not the play. Potentially going in for On the Musha to open up with is going to play into your benefit as the Amaterasu here, because that's going to be bonus Bushido for yourself, so you might be able to keep up somewhat with the myth unit spammage of Susanoo. But this second town center just says, hey, Susanoo player, what's something that you're really good at? Making myth unit and making a siege myth unit. And what's siege myth unit good at? Well, it's good at punishing 2TC gameplay, and that's exactly what Kavoth does here. GG, well played. Alrighty, well, it is that time of the night. I am done, and I'm going to be sending you guys over to Motaba, who is going to be hosting the Jack 90 versus Kaiba Shenanigans. But before I do, please enjoy this for those who haven't seen it just yet.